Unless you want your heckling to be 20 seconds delayed.
Yeah. Hello,
Well, that's
chat.
simple, Div. We just need to preempt him by 20 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, might as well.
Hi Deb, it's Deb.
Oh, hi, Dab.
Yes, I'm totally wasting a sub alert on a dev stream.
And there's already a hype train starting now.
I'll second that.
Might want to fix the mic as well in your stream. 'Cause it's... Yeah.
You're
There we go. I'll unmute myself on stream now. Hi stream, hopefully everyone can hear me now. I said nice things. Blame.
Nothing bad has happened.
Yeah, there's a hype train.
Yeah.
Thanks for the hype
It's
train.
already. It's almost.
10 viewer hype train.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
gonna be
Yeah,
3
sorry, I
minutes
didn't
more
do it
till
off
the
my
hype train
Microsoft,
times.
Right, that's there. So everything that is now on this monitor is going to be captured. I should probably switch cursor on as well. That's smart sponsor, Dev.
Fine, I'll bite.
Thank you for the 100 bits, Dev. Much appreciated. Is this capturing the cursor? Oh, it is. Great. Right. Should we do some Dev stuff?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
So, let's go show. If we go Unity projects, game night, warm-ups, Crossfire new, which is just cloned from the template. We'll get some errors, and then we'll close and reopen, and then it'll all be fine. Plan. Please feel free, by the way, to ask questions along the way. And sorry the screen isn't quite in the box. I just very quickly have this together. By the way, people in the audience. Hi, all. Hope you all.
I have a question.
What's the
I have a question.
Go.
What's 1 plus 2?
'Tis 3, sir.
Thank you.
I have an
I'll jot that down in my
I have a-
notebook.
I meant
actual
more
question.
specifically about things I'm going to be doing on stream. Yeah.
Actual question. Why the need to remake it?
A couple of reasons. Fluffy Bunny, thank you very much for continuing that gift sub right there. Yeah, a couple of reasons. Brig gave me a really good idea that I wanted to implement involving a camera thing. I want to make it generally a bit darker. I think it's all very red. Not that I don't like the red, but I want it to be darker. I want to integrate the universal controller, and that's 3 things that need doing. So it's it reaches a point after 3 things, it's just easier to remake it from the ground up. On top of which, there's quite a few bits that aren't particularly great in the original. It's been poorly knocked together, and other things, other optimizations that are just easier to do from the ground up. Plus, I like making things from scratch. So
Is the camera thing you're going to be implementing similar to like?
That's just from our supply.
Then can this version of Crossfire involve explosions?
It very well might, Clive. It very well might. I've got a couple of ideas. Involving guns and explosions and things that fall from the ceiling to crush people.
Oh, I love that kind of stuff.
All sorts of R-rated fun. R-rated.
Can we have
quiz
tanks?
fun.
I was gonna say, is the camera thing that you're going to be implementing kind of similar to? Well, I think you did one thing in Bidding War where it's just you sitting on a chair and that chair just rotates with your camera on it.
Not quite. It does involve the rotation in the middle, but the idea was an idea Briggs said, I think the first time he saw it, he said, when you eliminate a player, you should go to a first-person view on the camera. Which is an inspired idea. And I like a dead pixel there, or is that my mouse? No, that's my mouse. I was looking up on my OBS broadcast up here, and I'm thinking, there's a dead pixel. Why is there a dead pixel on that? Oh, hang on, no, I'm capturing cursor, aren't I? Okay, lots of errors. We close, we reopen, and then they go away. Hi, Tipster.
Hello. I heard you were dropping things on people, and I'm intrigued to hear if it's going to be cartoonishly large pianos or anvils.
Yeah,
I'm thinking,
I was
yes,
it
of
does
course.
seem very Wile E. Coyote aspect.
Yes. Or we have a painted tunnel somewhere in this game.
Okay, what's the easiest way to go about this? Probably Inspector, and I'll merge the console and then I'll come by IDE over on the left. Right, welcome to making a game from scratch in 4 hours. Except not really from scratch because I'm building off of a template. But
Your time starts now.
time starts now. Go. So what we're going to do is, first of all, start with some of the standard assets that I've got in here. How I generally like to build stuff, if there's something like this, where there is a central set piece, if you like, is to build that first and then work it up from there. Feeling slightly under pressure with having an audience of folks here, because normally I'd think about it for more than 5 minutes. But I'm going to make it work.
You technically asked for.
Which I did technically. Well, I'm still blaming Dev. If there's a raid message, it's going to be blame Dev. Right, so what we need to do is bring in the turret gun, because that's sort of the main set piece of this. Hopefully it doesn't break. Prefabs. Let's just kill our default canvases so we can actually see what we're looking at. Go to 3D mode. And here is our turret. Reset your transforms, those girls. And there we have it. Done. That's Crossfire. Now, there's an issue with this in that our laser is pink, and it shouldn't be. It should be nice red, and I think I've got a emissive red material somewhere. I do. Let's chuck that into... And a message from our sponsor, it's Sportsy.
Blame Dev?
Blame Dev, indeed we do. Right, so gun is good. How many players are there in this game? Is it 12? 12, because it's 11 questions, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
So we're going to set up an area, we're going to call it Arena. Reset that transform. I'm going to put the gun in the middle of there because that's going to be our centerpiece. We're going to create another empty object. We're going to call this architecture. Now, historically, it's had a sort of a round, like, structure around arena. So for that, I'm going to see if I've got a ring-shaped model. Looks like I have. Hollow cylinder, that will do. Duplicate that because we don't want all of the gubbins that come. Don't want all of the gubbins that come with this poorly constructed blender model. Why can I not see the bottom of that? Let's just drop that. That's fine. a little
Are you winning, Ben?
Am I winning?
Are you winning?
I've only just started, so the jury's still out on that one. Base weapons. Now, what is lopsided in this? Bolts are fine. Lasers are centered. Why is my turret here? Unpack this. There's no base. There's no weapon. There's no bolts as well, so I'll just take these out. That's great. And this is gun. I'm going to still off center. Why is that? What is that? Is the base? Oh, well, the base is off center. Now it's still working. Lovely. Right. So we're going to start with this one. We're going to call it main wall. Now, this could be a good opportunity for me to pretend I know what I'm doing on Blender, which I don't. So I'm going to show you some nice fake ways to pretend that you know how to do modeling, or pretend I know how to do modeling. I actually don't. I can get by, but I'm not brilliant. So yeah, we're gonna fake it. Let's bring our camera in, because there was a big trick in the old Crossfire, whereby it wasn't the gun wasn't actually moving. The gun was static, I think. Sorry, the camera was static, but the room rotated. And I'm probably going to emulate that again here. It's just easier. Let's just get my camera centered first of all, and shift that so we can get really good view. Probably not too far, so two. Feels quite big.
David's suggesting that the music is a little loud.
Oh, is it really?
Maybe just a bit. Can you see chat?
I can, yeah. I'm
You're just focused.
really looking at it. Sorry, David, I've turned it down a smidge for you there.
That's nice.
Yeah, I think my headphones were quite low, which is what the problem was. Okay, we're going to need a floor. So let's just create a plane. Get rid of collider because we're not going to be using physics in this game. And make this so that it's just touching the floor. There we go. Now, while this ring is very, very thick, it doesn't really matter because we never see on the other side of it. My gun appears to be melting into the floor, which isn't ideal, so let's just bring him up a little bit and pop him in there. There we go. Okay, and let's make the ceiling just a bit taller, because that was, again, one of the problems with the old one, is that it felt like it had a very low ceiling. Okay, so there's my wall. Let's give this temporary colour, just to black away, and the same with the floor. That's quite dark. Let's go red for now, and a nice blue wall just so I can see them. And I'm using that stupid normal on there. No, I'm not. I'm just tiling in a funny way. Right, let me actually have a look at old Crossfire, so I've got a point of reference here. Okay, it's Crossfire Legacy. Because obviously it's not going to be exactly the same, but it's going to be kind of similar, so Thanks, David. I'd forgotten to do that. Suggestion just come in. I've left all my stream links on from charity stream, so let's go switch those off now real quick while Unity is loading. Timers. Right, what have we got? Donate, disable, disable, and I think it's just those two on timers. And then custom ones. Let's just bin that one off and bin that one off. Okay, that's the game loaded. And bin that one off. I can bin Cryptex off now as well. She'll miss it, but it's no longer needed. Bin that off. Milestones, can bin that off. Milestones, we can bin that off. Spoilers, tag Twitter, website. And if anyone wants to type, what's the weather looking like, Ollie, with a question mark into the chat. If you want to add a secret Easter egg. Right, that should be all of them. Oh, maybe it's... okay, hang on. Fuck, it's not working. Let me fix that.
Pretty long keyword.
Yeah, it is. Oh, is there a space at the beginning? No.
Capital W. Comma.
Why is it not?
Capital O.
Why not? I don't know. That should work. Never mind. You can make it work. That could be a fun exercise for us all. Right, let's stick this into streaming mode 4K. So then we can have it over here and here. So now I can actually see what I'm working on. Okay, so concentric red line circles down the top. And yeah, Dave, I've just copy pasted it, David, from the actual command, and it's still not working. So I don't know what that's all about. Might be some sort of night bottle in it. Right. I hate working with circles. Let's build the studio first. Let's find a really good look for the studio. So we'll call this decoration. Here's a nice easy way to fake decoration. In fact, what is this material over here? We call it a wall mat. What is that? Is it just a normal? It is just a normal. Okay. Create folder. Crossfire. Create material. Wall mat. Let's get ourselves a slightly more interesting wall. So we're going to chuck one of these. One of these normals onto it. Like RE2 probably. And I'm just gonna bump the tiling a bit. And we're gonna make it just sort of give it a...
Are you going for like a similar vibe to the original?
Ish. I want to do more with lighting. Slightly. But yeah. That's a wall mat. Let's get a floor mat as well. Let's chuck you on floor mat. And let's give you a different normal. Let's give you that one. And more of a blue for now. Again, these are kind of placeholder-ish for now, and I'll fix these in the fullness of time. Right, how many zones do we actually have? I think it's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes, it is 12. So that is going to be 360 divided by 12 in order to get our nice lines. So let's create another area, and we'll call this sections. And there's a terrible way that I'm going to do this, but we're going to go 3D object, and we're going to go quadroplane, quad cube. Probably use a quad, but I'm going to use a cube. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to thin it down to about 0.75. 0.5. Bump that up to about 2, and that's about 0.1. I think that might be a bit wide still. Yeah, 0.05. That's probably fine. Right, so we have, here's my little trick for getting circular stuff placed. If we call this middle bit, we'll just call this fulcrum for a minute, and we're going to put our divider inside the fulcrum, and we are going to move it back within this so it's just popping out of the wall. In fact, we're going to make this emissive just for now, just so we can see it. There we go. I'm also going to lose the shadow on this because I don't want this to cast shadows. And we're going to push it back till it's just going on there. I don't want shadows on that either for now. There we go. Right, all shadows off for now. Yeah, so let's just push this back till it's just peeking out of the wall right there. So now I've got this, and I probably will use this material or something similar to this. So it's inside my fulcrum. And now, just take it out of sections a moment. We copy that, we stick that in there, and then we, is it the Y? Yes, Y. So if we go 360 divided by 12, 30. So that is a section there. Now we duplicate and we stick in sections, and then we add another 30, and we're starting to build our sections really nicely now. And this is the point where I get bored and decide, right, that's enough of that. And now we all of those, stick them all into fulcrums, and then we go 210, duplicate those, stick them into sections, and add another 90, 20, and there we go. We have our sections. Bosh. So here's our dividing lines, and I might do something more interesting with these later on, but hopefully they're all probably in the right place. There we go. 12 divided. Oh, hello, Rushmeat. I almost called you by your real name then. What can I learn from a professional developer? Don't. This is. Don't watch me. Don't look at me. For those of us in the voice room, Rushmead is a colleague of mine. So he's going to tell me all the things I'm doing wrong and shame me. Do you want to tell the nice boys and girls about the Jira ticket I discovered this morning, Rushmead, or shall I?
Oh no.
Oh boy.
So I just heard the word Jira and I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
My trigger word.
Oh yeah, tips to Dev and myself are all like grips chair into.
Right, let's get our top circles just so we've got a similar look and vibe to the original, which say was slightly plasticky, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 circles along the top. Now this is done. These are basically just the same as the outer walls, except much smaller from a height point of view, which for reasons best known to Unity is the Z on this particular axis, and then we shrink down the X and the Y as well, so that they just peek out. And then we get our emissive red on there. Oops. And we'll call this ring. And I need to go a bit smaller apparently. Unless I'm just changing the wrong axis. Oh, it's just too small. There we go. Let's see it. 4.6. Yeah, we'll get away with that. That's too big. And let's just, okay, let's make it an emissive blue just so we can see it for now. And
mean things in a Jira ticket? Well, I never.
Yeah, it hurt me here. It hurt me here and here. So it did. You know what? You know what's missing critically from here? Missing a ceiling. Shall we give it a ceiling? Yeet. Nope, not that one. Yeet. And... Great, ceiling. Well done. Well done everyone there, especially me. Right, there's our ceiling. Now we can start bringing our rings into view. It needs to be a smidge smaller than that, just so that it overcomes the red bars. And let's just make it slightly smaller. And on the Y3.1, no, 0.05. Okay, then we're going to have to duplicate it, bringing it down. So that was a neat little trick I can do on this. I can get Ash to do the work for me. Thank you, Ash. We need 6. We go top circles, and we add on Ash's magic linear separator. We make them centered, and then we can just separate like that. We move the position up. And now we can make it as big or as small as we like. That gap. And it's all done for us automatically. A great many pogs. Let's make them actually red now. And it's starting to look a bit more like Crossfire already. Don't fuck it up. I'll try my best. Thanks for the lurk, Rushmead. We'll catch you later, dude. Right. So, I said before there was a bit too much red going on with this, and I maintain that. I want it to be darker. I like the red of these bars, but I do want it to be darker on the walls and everything. So let's first of all give ourselves a base, because that just makes it look a bit more full, if that makes sense. I do like this red as it stands at the moment. I think the floor is too light, so let's make the floor darker. Let's go with that for now, and let's kill the lights. If you know one is scared of the dark. And now let's make it more interesting from a lighting point of view. Where's my volumetric beam? Because that's fun. Oh! Well, that's no fun, is it? What's missing? Scripts. If I play, will it tell me? Balls, something is missing scripts. When I highlight it, it'll... Let's do this. That way. No, nothing? You sure? You sure nothing's missing scripts? Fine. Lights. We're doing light stuff. Ah, yeah, volumetric light beam, that was it. Now, what do I use that in? So I'm going to have to pinch this from another project. What uses volumetric light? Anybody? Open to the floor. Like
Have you got them in? Yeah, Spotlight or possibly Bidding War?
No, there is one in Spotlight, but it uses a different package. It uses Aura, which isn't as easy to use out of the box. Oh, what the hell have I used it in?
The mole?
It might be the mole, actually. Let me have a look. The mole. Assets.
I'm just trying to think of which projects have you done flashy things with lights in.
Yeah, it's not the mole. The mole all used illuminated stuff. Is it Danger Zone? Yeah, volumetric light beam. There it is. Apparently, I use it in Danger Zone. That's not the thing I use it in mainly, but I've used it in. I did use it in that for the things down the side. It's going to be used to much greater effect here if I can remember how to use the bastard thing. Is that just a prefab or is it just a script? Samples. Let's go look at a sample scene. There we we go, there's some volumetric lights.
Today I learned I've been using the word volumetric wrong this whole time.
Oh god, this is slow. Beam gradient.
I think that's one of the words that I've never once tried to use.
Volumetric, oh, it's a good thing. Is it literally just a game object with the volumetric light beam SD script on it? That can't be how it's done. Ah, my eyes! Let's find out. Back into host. No, thank you. Okay, create empty volumetric light. Volumetric light beam SD. It literally is. Wow. Okay. That's a dead useful package. I need to use this a lot more. Woo! Lights. Now, sorry. Carried away with the lights. Let's bring you up to the ceiling, Mr. Light. And we're going to go through the ceiling. Oh yeah, I'm above the ceiling at the moment. Let's bring it back down again. Yes, it does. So let's just find roughly where the ceiling is. What, 3.026? Let's call it 3 then. And we're going to go create empty light ring. Let's make this a bit more interesting. Intensity's probably fine. Side thickness, yeah. Glare from behind. Let's make it red, yellow. Keep it white. A little bit of red. A bit of red. We like red. Sort of pinkish. Light range. That can stay around there. Spot angle. That's what I'm after. And that's like 15. Light source radius. Make that really narrow. Or even 0. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Now we angle it to say 65. Now I'm going to need to increase the distance slightly. And now we're going to do a similar trick to what we did before. We're going to create ourselves a fulcrum. In fact, I don't need to do this for this. I can just do this with the angles directly. Not that one. There we go. 0 and 90 and 180. I don't know, I think that looks kind of shit actually. If I'm being completely honest. Let's lower the intensity.
I think it's because you've got 0 and 180, you've got lights directly opposite each other. So there's going to be times where you're looking through 2 and you've got 2 less bright ones on the side.
Yeah, valid. Laws of a triangle then. Which would be 120. Minus 120, 0, and 120. And then our light ring will just go, whee! It's looking a bit more sinister already, isn't it? What do we think? Thoughts and or prayers?
Very red.
It is quite red, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see what... We'll keep them...
The turrets from Portal 2 have had a glow up.
Yeah.
I was just going to think it's the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire set in hell.
Yeah.
Ooh, you know what? I don't hate that yellow. So
Like
I
a
don't.
hazard yellow, yeah.
It's got a sort of the yellow and black with a red. I don't know if there's just too much going on there. Is all.
Yeah, hazard lights could work.
Let's bring this up to more like 45, so it's going right out to the edge. And then, bear in mind the camera angle isn't yet fully defined. This camera may, in fact, almost certainly will be. Maybe not quite that much, but ideally in this game I want the camera to be as far back without clipping into the wall, so it's about there is probably about where it's going to go. I think I need to come up higher to give it a more ominous feel. Sort of feel of looking down. And then I want to tilt forward such as to hide the top of those things. Yeah, how do we sort of feel about that when I put this on a... I think I need more camera field view. But not so much as to ruin the circular effect. This I think is too high. Now back to where I started. Alright, I'll worry about that later on. Yeah, it might have similar problems, but I said, David, I'm not entirely convinced I'm keeping these red bars, certainly not in their current position. I need to give more light to the actual turret.
What is the camera going to be doing throughout the game? Like, what are your shots?
Shots are, arena rotates, so the camera is probably going to be static, and the arena is going to rotate in one direction and the lights in the other, and the turret is going to just pick and choose where it goes. And then I want a first-person camera from the point of view of the turret, is basically it.
When would that be used?
When someone's about to be shot.
Right when they're being shot, or when
Yes.
the person's being selected?
When the person's being selected.
Okay.
That gun is too small. As well. Make our gun a little chunkier. More imposing now, I suppose.
Oh my.
That's maybe a bit, that's starting to be misguided slightly, isn't it? Way between the two. Okay, let's light the gun up a little better.
What if the view, instead of being from this angle, was overhead? So like during the main game,
Well, bird's eye view.
all players are always on screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into the possibility of that in just a moment, because that sounds like that could be an idea.
Don't have to worry much about the ceiling.
True. No, I'm not a great lover of that. I'm not entirely sure my lights are working as of yet, but let me look into this, Dev.
I'm just gonna like keep dropping little pieces to eventually turn this into Russian roulette.
Yeah, I'm
a
fine with that.
one-to-one recreation of the set of Russian roulette. Oh, it makes those rings actually look pretty dope when they're right from above.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put the directional light back on just for a minute, just so we've got some ambient light to have a look at. Maybe. Problem with that is that I've got to put the question somewhere on the broadcast. And there's not really anywhere for it to go there.
Could the turret disappear? Like, imagine like there's a trapdoor in the ground.
I can put a trapdoor in. Yeah.
The turret isn't there unless it's eliminating someone. Otherwise, it's a question display.
Oh.
Might make the turret a little more foreboding because it's not.
It rises
like,
out of the floor.
omnipresent.
It's actually given me an idea because I've got a model of a studio with a hole in the floor.
You are turning this into Russian roulette. Yep, you're putting trapdoors down. God damn it.
Let me,
Don't say the quiet part out loud.
Let me. Oh, if I'm going to the right.
I think you did that already, to be fair.
He's not wrong. Let's see what this floor looks like. Is this the floor? This is the floor we're looking for. Yes, it is. Let's pop you in there and duplicate you out and delete you and okay, give me these random numbers, please. 9.5, 12, and 0.05, I guess. Why are you so bright? Let's get rid of that floor. Can you?
That is a point. It's. Are you going to be putting people's names and profile pictures on the walls like last time?
Yeah, that's the idea.
Okay, because that's going to cause some interesting perspective issues.
Yeah, that's my other concern with it, because you want to be able to see the players in the room. Let's bring this back. I'm going to bring it back down for now. I haven't abandoned the idea, and I could do that as a sort of locked-off shot as an alternative from time to time, but just going back to our original setup. Bring you up. And now you've got room at the top. I'm going to need to put something on that light. Just put a sphere there for now. There we go. Demonic disco ball.
I was about to say we made a disco ball.
World's worst disco, yeah.
Night fever, night fever. Demonic disco ball. There we go. We know how to do it.
That's a mood.
Night fever, night fever.
This is the weirdest episode of Strictly Come Dancing I've ever seen.
Night fever, night fever. Sorry. Yeah, we'll call this demonic disco ball for now, just so he's got somewhere for the lights to do a thing. Because otherwise they look like they're just coming out of the ceiling, which to be fair they are. Okay, let's look a little more at this floor. Because it's all very dull at the moment. Come here, floor. Let's multiply you by 0.75 and you by 0.75. And is that now... my turret is too big? Ooh, it's going to be close. Oh, no, loads of room. Loads of room. Look at that.
And maybe showing my bias towards having the camera overhead again. But what if there was a light emitter above each player instead of in the center?
A light, a what above each player? A light.
So like one light emitter, and like it could move. Like each of those lights could animate between like the player and towards the center, in like a millionaire-esque kind of way.
Let's have a look. Give about a minute. And oh no, no, no! Because the other hole has appeared at the end because it's now too small. So I'm going to need to make this a bit bigger. Times 1.2. Nope. Times 1.1, times 1.1. There we go, now I've got rid of that. That's the problem because I've got two holes in this floor. That's gone now. Yeah, that's fine. I can live with that. What madness is this? Hello, G. Eisens. Good to see you. Right, what I need to do is do something with putting my players in position because that's really important. So in the old one, we have these rings that signified their answers, and then they just sort of stood. How do we feel about imprisoning them? Like putting them in a cell?
What, from a moral standpoint, or
No,
from a visual one?
Purely visual standpoint.
Quiz Prison 2.0.
Quiz Prison 2.5 it'll be now. We've got Quiz Prison 2.0.
That's not how semantic versioning works, but you do you.
I will do me. Touche. Right, I'm going to need a new section for this, so we're going to call this players. We're going to reset. And it needs to... origin needs to be in the center, and I think at 15 degrees, because that's half of the area of one cell. That will just make this easier to work with. So, let's create one and go from there, shall we? Let's give ourselves a nice shape. Have I got shapes in here? Yes, I have. Poggers. Let's make ourselves a pie. Yeah. Oops. Oh no, that's scale. Rotation is what you want then. There we go. And let's just move the whole player area for now. Let's just move the whole player area. Oh no, that is right. I'm just under the floor at the moment. No. Oops. What am I going for here? What are you going for, Ben? What are you going for? Are you going for that? Oh yeah, you could do that, but at that point just do a circle. Surely. Give me some granularity, please. Shift. No, I'm not really feeling the circle. I think it needs to be more of a sort of a polyline, maybe, and more of a I wish I knew how to use this plugin properly. If we go, we get a polygon. You do curves on those. I'm going to fake it because I'm lazy. What am I looking for? Shapes. Shapes. Arc. No. One of those. At 90. And then come round to say 200 and there, 24. And then we just put a regular quad in the each object. Quad. Again. 90. With mesh. Now it just looks like a cock. Unfortunately. Yes, it does. It looks far too much like a penis now, unfortunately. That looks even more like one. Yeah, that's definitely a penis.
Nope, you've made a dick.
That's okay. A penis. Okay, back to square one on that front. That's not working. That is not it. Right, okay, let's go back to the center and do myself a trapdoor. Trapdoor. And we'll go... Have I got a half moon model in here? Bet I haven't, have I? I've got a hexagon and I've got a podium.
How are you imagining the trapdoor opening and closing? Like a rotation?
Like, whoosh, whoosh. Or I could do rotation like I do in Bidding War. Yeah, Bidding War's a rotation in and out, but I had this idea of two half crescents pulling back and putting together.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, where have I used a half crescent? Oh, I know where. There's one in Buzz Off of a fashion. Models. Half cylinder. Or even half circle would probably be even better here. It's not really a circle, more of a plunger. Oh, hello. Sphere, let's duplicate you out of there and get rid of that. And now... And squish. Down to 0.1.
I'm going to grab a coffee. I'll be back in a few.
Alright, mate. Let's go something like 1.2, 1.2. And bingo, instant trapdoor. Sort of. Might need to be a touch thicker. Problem is, it's not really a circle, it's a sort of orb more than anything, but I think the effect is there. Door 1 and door 2, and if I rotate you around like that, minus 180, and bring it in like there. That's where it needs to be. And we'll call that door 1 as well. And okay. What's that coming from? Is that just on 0? No, it needs to be minus 0.1 and 0.1. Still not quite there. Okay, let's try 0.4 and 0.4 and 0.4 minus 0.25. 0.25, oh nearly 0.3 and minus 0.3. There's probably a better way of working this out so they're exact, but that I think will do. Let's just drop it down so it's actually within the groove. And shrink that even more. Like there. Bang, trapdoors. Has this got UV mapping on it? Looks like it, because I'm getting that normal map, which is good. It's not going to stay red. It's going to go to a different colour. 2.8, let's try that. And 2.8. Still got an overlap. Slightest one. 0.7 and 0.7. Have we got a gap now? Now we've got a gap. 2.5. There we go, that'll do. Right, we've got a trapdoor. Is it playing birthday music, Jones? I can barely hear it.
There have been quite a few jazz covers of Happy Birthday.
Oh,
Yep, there's been about 3 so far.
such a crap song. Right, let's give ourselves a nice sort of metallic-y, tinny sort of trapdoor flavour. And then I'm going to emboss the logo onto it. Let's give ourselves a nice normal map. I need the other mouse scroll mode. There we go. Something like that, maybe? No. That's okay. Let's move this where it was actually, I think. 0.5. That will do. I'm going to need to put some sort of ring to outline the hole in the floor and put the logo onto the trapdoor. There we go. Happy enough with that. Ugh. Yeah, fuck that'll do. Right, back to the lighting problem. Turn the directional light off as well so we can see what we're actually working with. I was going to build a player cell area, wasn't I? And then I made a dick and got scared. Right. What else is... Okay, let's start with easy things. Let's start with the wall. So this is going to need to be slightly forward, so I'm actually going to need a cube, aren't I? So that it looks in place.
Hello.
Hello, who's that?
It's Deb.
It's Dev. He's back from his coffee. How's your coffee? Why are you drinking coffee in the afternoon, you lunatic?
I'm drinking decaf.
Oh, that's all right then. That's perfectly acceptable.
So when you ask, how's your coffee?
You can drink non-decaf if you like. Make your own.
There's your answer.
It's
mediocre at best.
Now this is basically just a screen, isn't it? Let's call that player screen border, and then we'll have another one which is avatar. And let's get rid of those colliders. And let's come down to, in fact, why don't we put you inside the screen? And then we can scale you with it. One. Yeah, I can hear happy birthday now, which means it's time to change this playlist.
Been happy birthday for a while, I think.
Relaxing jazz music to stress release, soft jazz instrumental music and spring coffee shop ambience. That'll do. Beautiful. Okay, let's give the trap door map for now on the screen. Let's make these a smidge under 0.9.9. And let's give the border the floor mat just so we can see it for now. And then let's bring our player output down even more. 8.8. Bring it a smidge forward and give it our texture. There we go. It's the screen. And I think I'll think of move. Touch. So the screen border. Oh, you can't even see that. Why is that? Forward. I don't think I need the border. No, I don't. There we go. Decision made. So that can be a bit bigger now. Oops. Okay. So there's the screen which the player is going to stand in front of. What is it? What console? Go away. Why are you here, console? It's supposed to be here. Okay, that's a good start. Let's have some text. This is going to be probably the same placeholder object. Placeholder, which is going to have the same transform as that. And I'm just going to avatar off for a minute. What do we do in this? Is it? It's just some random texture, isn't it? So format on it for now, because why not? Okay, let's do something strange. Let's just stop. That's fine. What? Why are you just an empty object? That doesn't make any sense. Can you not be an empty object? Thank you. Oh, I know why it was an empty object, because... Never mind. UI... no, it's not UI, it's real world. UD space. Video object. Text Mesh Pro. And center. 4? Probably, maybe a smidge under. Crossfire. And let's go Crossfire font. Surely you're in here. It's not in here. Fine. Fucking fine. We'll go and find it. Game night. Warm-ups. Crossfire Legacy. Assets. Game. No. Assets. Text Mesh Pro. Fonts. No. Resources. Fonts and materials. That's what I'm after. Is it Conduit? No. It's not Copperplate. It's not Digital 7. Elegant Typewriter? No. Rubik? No. It's Strike, isn't it? That's the one I'm after. Assets. What am I looking for? Resources. Fonts and materials. Yeet. Let's pinch that. And then Strike 4191 SDF. Oops. That one. Strike. There we go. Crossfire. This will just colour equals orange and colour equals red. Or the other way around, maybe. That looks close enough, but I'm not going to argue. And there we go, placeholder. Great. Probably a bit higher. Oh, what goes underneath there? What's that for? That's never the player name. Fucking hell. That's a silly place to put the player name. Yeah, so now it's looking a bit like original Crossfire, albeit slightly shinier than, say, that one.
You're using human avatars for each player, right?
Yeah.
What about name tags?
On the avatars.
On the avatars, yeah.
They're a little bit small.
Not from the perspective of the turret.
Oh, Dev. Alright, we'll give that a go. It means I can just have a single thing there. I'm also... Right.
I'm thinking like their avatar beneath them on their platform.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not a great lover of these.
Okay.
I'm going to try and get rid of them. And in place of them, maybe have something on the wall or a border around the avatar that changes colour. Or do something with the lights.
Random thought, could you have it between the bottom and the second bottom circle? In that little sort of...
Have what between what?
If you have their name
Yeah.
above the
Here
lowest
you mean?
circle. Yeah, in that sort of little grid space.
I'd probably want to make it bigger if I did that, which means I'd have to take this out of the linear separator. It's not impossible, or indeed not impossible for it to go under there, but I think there's better ways, I think, I'm more capable now of implementing it in a better way. I like the idea of name tags a lot. I'm going to have some fun with that in a minute. But
You can have their name tag comedically fly away when they get blown to bits.
it sort of animates up and then falls back down into the blood splatter. That could be quite funny. Right, let's see how this looks. Because this idea may not work. We will see. It's 3.076. Gives it the center. Oops. That's about right, to be honest. Correct. Incorrect. Or something like that. Let's keep it green for now. Shall we put a person in?
Yes, please.
Have I got these in it already? Game models. No, let's pinch them. Ambient light back. I've actually made it smaller somehow. Assuming the oh, barky dogs. If I change this, give it all more of a slightly orangey glow. Maybe not. The idea is I really want to do away with this directional light if I can. That works with just one. But I think the exact specifications of this are not quite there yet. Changes during playtime. No, I don't want to do that. Angle, light source, no, it's not radius. 3D noise. Right. Almost ready to make a prefab out of this, I think. Screen, volumetric light, man. Kind of all you need. My little fulcrum trick again. too far. But still too far. Hey? What is happening here? Something's gone deeply wrong. Hang on. Let's try that again. 2, 3, 4. Oh, we've got. Why are you there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit. There. That's quite a lot of light, is my conclusion. And too much light is just making it all a bit overbearing. So let's see what we can do about that. I'm not sure how I feel about the idea of the audience not knowing who got it right and wrong. I need to think about that because that's something that could have some legs if it's completely unknown. There we go. Radius.
What if the players were like physically removed from the crossfire or like protected by like a barrier if they got the question correct?
Well, barrier rises up out of the floor like a blast shield almost.
Right.
That could work.
Or you could say, you could also add verbally of like 6 out of X players got it correct.
Oh, such an intimate murder room.
It's a bit murder room, isn't it? Yeah, I need to decide if I want to keep scores or results of who was right and wrong public knowledge. As fun as a blast door would be, it necessitates telling everyone who was right and who was wrong.
Right.
And if I'm not going...
So that's something that you're playing with getting rid of?
Yes. So the players would know, and then I could keep the turret completely random, and then it just picks the person it's going to eliminate at the end. I think I prefer that. Keeps the tension a little bit higher.
Yeah, because currently, if there's one person who got it wrong, you know who's going.
Yeah, you know it's game over.
But you could also just shoot them without any tension. Are you also going to reveal the correct answer?
Yeah, I'll reveal the correct answer, but not who was right and wrong. Until after the elimination has taken place.
What if you reveal the correct answer after the elimination?
Ooh.
So then it's also tense for the players.
Now that would be subverting it a little bit. Oh, Dev. You and your ideas.
Zips decaf.
Quite right. I'm going to entertain that, which means I don't have to implement a blast door.
Right.
It also means I don't really need to do anything with these lights, because if we're not showing who's right and wrong, unless we're doing just you're eliminated, the light goes off. Decisions. If we get rid of the lights for now. My triangle light ring. and my disco hell ball. The camera does need to come up. It's a little bit intrusive of our chaps there, isn't it? Or maybe it's not. Maybe that's actually how it should be. Just oh, it feels very claustrophobic, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In a good way or a bad way, though? That's the question.
Well, I don't know. All these guys are also standing with their arms wide open, so
That's
like
put him to life.
very hands across America.
They're all very chill about
Didn't think you could do that so easily.
their imminent death.
Looks like the opening to DIY SOS in here.
It does a bit, doesn't it? Are the people a bit big? Says David. I actually think the arena might be a bit small. Or certainly the gun might be a bit small. I don't mind the people being quite big in the environment. Because again, it adds, I think, to some of the claustrophobia that I'm slightly going for. But if I scale the gun up, and I'm in play mode at the moment, so I'm going to have to undo that in a minute. Can we get to 3? Will it still fit through the floor? Just. It's very close, but it does just go through the floor.
I don't think the gun has to be bigger so much as it needs to be taller. Maybe not all of it. Thinking more like a pedestal, but
oh yeah,
that
that probably
too.
makes more sense because that will keep the proportions then as well, wouldn't it? So let's pop it up to 3 and just bring it to about there for now. Shall we get it a box? 3D object. Have I got any more interesting models that I could just chuck in here? I'd put it in a chair. No. Let's go hexagons, because they are the bestigons. Podium. Oh, let's call it stand. And let's make
here's an idea that's not my best one so far.
Hmm.
What if the turret hung from the ceiling?
That would be really cool.
It undoes a lot of work.
Well, not that much. It's just the hole in the floor is the main thing, because we've got this whole rising out of the floor. The other thing was that the turret throughout the game, it does this which I think really adds to the ambience of the game. So actually, now having thought it through,
it looks a lot better on the ground, wouldn't it?
that well. No, I've got an idea, Dev. It combines the best of both worlds, actually. So it does.
Okay.
Right, so bear with me. Gun.
Gee, Eisens, I was thinking GLaDOS, yeah.
Gun is... Let me get rid of the disco ball. Gun is on the ceiling, suspended with some arms or something, but in such a way that you can still see it. I can get rid of the base. If that still works, I think it does. And you can still see it.
I think the base would still be nice.
Yeah, I think
If you just rotate it upside down.
Yeah, attach the base to the
Oh,
roof.
so you want fully...
Mounted, yeah. And I think that camera angle from above might actually look kind of cool.
Let's just get rid of the
Perspective from
shadows
the
in a
turret.
minute. And then the gun can then still go... And then when it comes to the elimination, it goes down on some strings or something, continues to rotate, and finally shoots someone. Ceiling gun. Ceiling gun is watching you masturbate. Yes. Sorry, it's an older meme,
Ceiling
sir.
cat?
It's an old.
Jeez.
I remember.
It's an older
I
meme,
never
sir,
watched
but it
that
checks
Peter
out.
Serafinowicz sketch.
I was about to pass it. Right, in which case, let's replace the floor. feel like I'm missing something with this floor. There's definitely something that needs to be on there. Base circle sections, that should be in decoration, because decoration is currently empty. Base circle, top circle, ceiling, floor, can go, enable, fine. Yeah, this is how it's going to be, gang. I am going to need to slightly adjust my camera angle. I might need to make the studio a mite bigger. However, I'm just having another idea. Is that where the question goes now? On the floor?
Mm-hmm.
And then pivot up for the elimination
And then pivot.
whilst the turret's turning.
The thing is, you don't want to lose that turret. That's the only thing. And I can't go any higher. I can maybe make it a bit wider, but it's looking a bit warped then. I might have to just make the studio bigger, which I'm slightly reluctant to do because I like this claustrophobia, but it's about being able to see everything. That angle isn't working. No. That's we just did that. Did we get away with that? You can see the gun.
Question appears at the bottom.
Oh, of course, yeah,
That's
the
the-
space at the bottom. Question go down there.
Yeah, the question doesn't even have to be like part of the environment. It could just be an overlay.
Yeah, I'll do that in the. I probably would do that in the UI, to be honest. Right. Let's look at chat. Divide the floor into segments a la Moe. I tried to do that before, David. It just ended up looking like a cock. Because yeah, I love the look of the mole, the segments of the mole. But it would require me to open Blender and remind myself how to do a loop cut. Do I want to open Blender?
To do what exactly?
It'll take me 5 minutes. Let's see what happens. Apologies for what you're about to see. I'm going to make a mesh floor. Cylinder. Vertices. 12. And then... Oops. Scale on Z because it's Blender. Scale overall. Right, now someone is going to tell me how I cut this into segments. It might be time for a YouTube tutorial. Cut cylinder into 12 equal pieces in Blender. The strap of my ring light is in the way there. Move. How to create a cylinder cut into separate. Yes, can we find one that just tells me with words? Oh, can I remember how to do this? Does anyone here know how to use Blender?
Afraid not.
I've done one thing.
Okay.
Blender cut objects, cutting a mesh in half.
No, I found a. Can you reply text? You should draw your segments. No, that's not what I'm. That's not helpful.
Knife tool in cut through mode.
How do we do that?
Well, I'll just send you the link because it's easier than me.
So
Message.
let's have a look at this. Edit mode, space type and bisect or select from the tool show. Okay, let's. Press tab and no, I don't want to press space to go into playback. Enter edit mode, and press space and type in bisect. No. Is it shift space? No. Okay, this obviously is F6. F3? Ah. Bisect. And then click and drag. Yes, and this is exactly what I wanted. Well, it's not exactly what I wanted, but actually it's not a million miles off. There must be a bridge edge loops. The opposite corner, it's that one, isn't it? No, it's no good. I can't remember how to blender. You know what? Forget it. I'll that's a thing that will take me 10 minutes, but I'd rather not watch a YouTube video on stream. It's less interesting. But that, I think, might be the way to go, doing something with the floor. Mad idea. And just stand by just a second, because I might have to go into an old hard drive for this. Project backups. I think I've got a wedge, and I have a feeling it's subdivided into 36, which means I might be able to make it work. It's not originals, it's in the classics archive. Or it should be. Project backups. Game Night Misc archive? Game Night Legacy? What? Oh, it's not still on my main hard drive, is it? That would be mad. Game Night Classics. Oh, no, there it is. Assets. Custom assets. Wedge. Let's just... This might be a complete non-starter, but... might do the trick. I think the proportions are not going to work, but that would work. No, they're not even going to disappear into the wall, they're just going to be. If I could make that work. They look like they fit. They're not terrible, they're not brilliant, but... and they're in 2 bits. But... what do we think? So you're effectively going around, but then you can make them, you know, you can do something like that. As a quick example. Is it worth spending 3 minutes of very tedious time copy pasting these wedges, do you think?
I'm not feeling it myself, and it could just be because the wedges are going to a point instead of there being a kind of like, you know how like a dartboard has the bullseye in the middle?
Yeah.
So the wedges never actually like reach a point. Maybe just having a circle in the middle would...
Yeah, I can put something over the top of it so that you don't ever sort of see the point, so to speak.
Yeah.
Let's just make them... oh, if these aren't... are these UV mapped? Because if they're not, then this is all a bit of a non-starter. Let's just...
And what big function do these serve?
Decoration. But I can also do something with them. I can put them into the player area and make them change colour.
Right, but changing colour...
Are they mapped? They're not mapped. They're not UV mapped, so they're going to be... I mean, I could go at UV map them, but at the moment they're just going to be black colours.
If we're not highlighting which players are like in contention for elimination, and when are these lighting up?
Don't know. It was just a thought. Just a thought. Right. I'm going to get on with more interesting stuff like animations. I think. Shall we animate a gun? We'll come back to
I'll never say
lighting.
no to that.
Yeah, I'm still not sold on this lighting. There's big light. Right. We'll do the player prefabs in a minute. Let's animate the gun first, because that will be fun.
Should the turret itself emit a light?
There's
always...
What, from within its person?
Yeah, like at where it's pointing.
Oh!
So laser target.
A laser sight, basically.
Yeah, could do.
It would have to be smaller than the beam, otherwise it's going to look like it's constantly shooting. Yeah, we can look into that. Right, gun, that's an empty, so let's call this animation, because the main gun itself is also going to have to move. This is literally the rotation animation, so actually I should probably clarify that. Rotation anim. That.
So, are we rotating the whole thing, including the base, or just the upper turret part?
Ooh,
This is what just the lower looks like.
that's how it should be.
I
for sure.
prefer. I
You go
think
with
that
that.
looks better than rotating the legs as well, because
Yeah,
it doesn't.
no.
The legs are definitely fixed to the ceiling.
I mean, the legs will be lowered when the whole thing lowers. I'm going to attach some cables to it when it lowers like that to do the elimination. Possibly. Or maybe it just stays where it is. And... no, is that clipping into it? That's clipping into itself now, isn't it? It was not designed to bend that way.
I mean, you don't have to change. You don't have to change the angle that much to get a headshot. To be fair.
You know, you could also adjust the size of the mount on its own and make it like narrower, and that should make it not clip in to itself.
Or
Feel me?
what if just that bit lowered? And I put something there, and then it can... Then when it's on like a string or something, or a cable... no, it's still going to look odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
Alright, one step at a time. Let's do
Yeah.
the rotation.
I wouldn't worry about it clipping.
Bespoke. And folder called gun. And rotation. This is going to be ugly because I don't want to lerp, but I'm going to do these with actual animation states. So yeah, this is going to be a slightly ugly way of doing it, but it will work. Right, so we start at 15. That's our base point. Gun rotation, create. Gun rot 0. 15. Gun rot 1. Okay, we're going that way. Fine. Gun rot 2. Gun rot 3. Press record first, you div. 105. Did I record that one? I did. 105. Gun rot 4. 35. And halfway, gun rot 5. 65. Gun rot 7. 195. Gun rot 8. Oops. 195 plus 30. 225. Rot 9. 255. Gun rot 10. 285. And finally, gun rot 11. I feel like I've not gone all the way round. 15. 45. Next should be 75. Then 105. Then 135. Then 165. Then 195. Oh, did I miss a number? Fuck. Fuck. Rename all the animations, that's very annoying. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Please update in here. And don't crash. 4, 5, there we go, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 1, 5, and then one more gun rot 11, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4. There we go. Right. Let's come out of using one corner of this screen for a minute. How do we want to do this? Probably a default entry state into gun rot 1. Let's give ourselves an integer rot pos, and then we simply go any state. Make transition to. Oh, of course it doesn't update them. Oh, sorry, that's going to annoy me. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Plop. No, come back. Enemy Tor. There we go. You can go away. Down you go. Right. 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's not perfectly spread out, but it doesn't matter. Right, let's very quickly set these states. Settings. Transition duration. 2 seconds, let's say. Does not have exit time, and rot pos going into 11 needs to be equal to 11, I think. Let's go with that. And copy transition parameters, paste both, and it's going to update the number in a minute. Both. So 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thunderbirds are go.
Thunderbirds are indeed, as they say, go. Now hopefully That should just work. Cool, takes the shortest route. Don't like that there's a delay. I don't know how much I can do about that. There should be a way of getting around that. But that is working. It's going to need some light because you can't see it at the moment. But interruption source. I haven't got an exit time, so I don't know why it's. It's weird. Quirk of any state, I think. Let's just leave exit time. Let's go see what happens. This might be 30 seconds well spent. It might be a minute wasted. We have exit time, but we make it 0. Otherwise, it seeks to complete the current animation cycle, which is sort of like null. So it defaults to like 0.1 or something. Weird. So does that do it? Nope. Still a big ass delay. That'll do. Okay, so animating gun. That's fun. I need to make this lighter because I can't see it at the moment. Let's leave you there, 4K screen. Let's pop you over here. There we go, that's a bit better. So I just realised I'm working on half a screen because I'm meant to have the IDE open on the other and I haven't actually done any coding yet. That's the second half, though. Okay. Let's just add a point light just in the middle. Let's give it a The idea was to make it darker. The idea was to make it darker. But I want to illuminate this gun. is kind of the point. I'll do that in a minute. Let's shoot some people. Let's do the shooting, because that'll be fun. Right, first of all, gonna bring that back into there a minute just so I've got as much screen real estate as I can have. Right, first of all, tidying up of this gun, because you can see the laser bolts through the side, which I think is not right. So to counteract that, we are going to add some nice, lovely fake padding to our gun. This full 5.05, 0.2. That's way too long.
Is the laser bolt your own addition?
I don't know. I can't remember. I don't think so, but I will be animating the firing of it myself. I don't know. I can't remember if there's an animation on this to make the gun do a thing or not.
I kind of like that it's visible from the side, personally.
Do you?
Supposing that it's armed. So could you make it invisible until it's like elimination time?
Yes. That would just be a case of switching the bolts off.
Yeah.
Which is actually probably a better way of doing this. And then I can animate
And then
this.
yeah, have them power on.
And do a sort of, but probably out the back of the gun rather than mid. Oh no! Why are you visible there? Fuck you. So something like that.
Yeah.
All right, that's all going to be part of the animation cycle. Let's do it. Bolts. I think it must be my own addition because it's been added here and it's not been added to the prefab. Oh, and look, there is an animator on it. Let's do that all over
Someone's
again.
thinking ahead.
Yeah. I think that was probably me in Crossfire 1.5. Bolts. Now, this is bounded by whatever rotation that's at. The bolts, however, don't move. That's fine. So this is just animation stacking, and it starts to do strange things if you put them in the wrong order. So let's create. No, let's not create. Let's go to animation. Bolts. And let's add animator. Bolts. Bolts powered down. In fact, before we do that, bolts powered up first of all, and that's their current state. And let's set their position as well. And then it's easier to reverse engineer power down from there. So what we're going to do, we're going to move them back and shrink them and move them back and shrink them and move them back. I'm going to copy that. We're going to record. We're going to paste. Let's just give these a nice slow transition just so I can see them just for now. Yay! It often does this when I play with the animator. I don't know what it is. I think there's a bug in the animator of this version of Unity. Should probably update it. Fortunately, I had just saved it. Tis nothing more than a minor irritation. It's an irritation, nevertheless. Apologies for that. Peoples. Right. As we were. Let's put the console there for a minute. Where have my bolts gone? Where actually have my bolts gone? Why are they not animating? That's all that is. Weapon, bolts. Oh, I didn't say the transitions, that's why. Before the crash. How's that? It's not bleeding out the back. Problem is, you know what the problem is, guys? I've realised the problem. You know when I said it's too red before? The lasers should be red, but there's red everywhere else, and so the lasers lose their impact. Right. Brace yourselves. Yeah? Oh, that's game scene.
Okay. I am suitably braced.
Suitably braced.
The tea is down on the table, just in case.
No. You just wait. You just wait, young tipster.
I can't remember where I heard the original joke, but it was something along the lines of the dentists have gone on strike. You're gonna have to brace yourselves.
Hey. Oh, hello. There's a raid. Who's raiding?
It's
Chris 42 and Raiders, welcome. That's a new name. I don't think I recognise, but you're very welcome. Thank you for that raid. Most kind. I just yellow.
So instead of yellow, because
Yeah.
you could also change you could change the lighting scene when it's elimination time. So like the lights in the
yellow.
background turn off maybe when the gun turns on.
What, the emissive red lights there?
The emissive red lights are like, question time, and elimination time. It gets
I
dark.
see what you mean. Yeah. So you could have a green
They're
state.
part of Huds's crew. That makes sense.
Oh, okay. Hello, friends from Huds's side of the world. Whatever is going on here. Yeah, we're remaking Crossfire. This is a Twitch interactive game of mine that is benefiting from a rebuild, or starting to benefit from a rebuild. I haven't actually got around to knocking. To be fair, the code won't take long. It's the studio that takes the time in this game. Although I do want to start messing around. Now you've said that, I kind of want to start dicking about with lighting states. Oh, yeah, that's not remotely sinister. Blue man is blue. Right, I am writing a script. Guys, I'm going to do some coding. This is what you all came here for. Watch streamer write code bad on stream. We're going to write a new manager. Game, scripts, host, managers. Let's get ourselves a new manager. I'm going to call this Arena Lights Manager because it's just the easiest way of doing this. All right, everyone ready to learn some terrible code? No, it won't be that terrible. I'm all right, but please shout at me if you can't see because I'm running all this. I normally run off a couple of monitors, but I'm running off a single 4K, so I've only got half of a 28-inch at the moment, so it's smaller than I'm used to. So hopefully you all can see the code. Is that okay? First of all, let's make this a singleton monobehavior, which are the best. Love me a singleton monobehavior. We are going to create an enum, and we're going to call it light state, and we're going to call them for now. Well, what states have we got? Question, elimination, is that it? Other. Let's go with that for now.
Let's think about it. So there are also transitions between them.
Okay.
So there would be
End of question.
Right.
Or question asked.
like-
Question live.
Yeah, and then would you have anything
Answer
before the
revealed.
question?
I'm just trying to. Yes, you'd have
Because you'd want to have
a.
the
Yeah, you'd have
reset the gun.
joining question. Okay, joining. Or player entry. Let's call that player entry. Question live.
is player entry when people are joining.
Yeah, when it does the
room?
wang, when it does the beam of light that beams the players into the room.
What about when people are joining the lobby to play?
Pre-game.
Yeah.
Fluffy Bunny, an interstitial between question and then elimination and victory.
I'm just stepping through because obviously we're changing the workflow slightly where we're not revealing the answer until afterwards. So player enter arena, and then it will go into, there'll be an instructions state. Now these might not all have different lighting states, but it's good to put them all in. Instructions, question active. And then picking player, eliminating player, and answer reveal, scores reveal. That should be plenty. Wall light mats, we'll call that. And we're going to have an enormous renderer array. Renderers to light. And it's going to have a public void, and we're going to call set lighting state, which is going to accept light state states. And for each, that's not how you spell renderers, Ben. For each renderer R in renderers to light, R dot material equals wall light mats int state. And everyone keeping up?
Yeah.
Great. At the moment that is just static light changes, but that's fine. Oh no, you can't put a button on that because it's got an argument. So let's do debug set lighting state, and we'll go public lighting light state. Be consistent with your naming. Public lighting state, debug light state, and then we'll just do the same thing there. And then we can put a button on that one, so that we can battle it in the inspector. I might change one of these into... I might just have a lighting state property that then just does this automatically in a minute, but let's make sure it works first of all. Right. Arena. Oh, yeah, I should probably go on manager, shouldn't it? Let's create an object for it. Arena lights manager. Call this top. Start out singleton, and now let's find all of the renderers that we need to affect. So we've got all of the top circles. We've got that. All of the top circles, base circle, and all of the dividers. So that's now going to affect all of them. And for now, because I've just, if I go to my materials folder, there we go, emissive. Let's just go through these ones that I've got here, and then we can fine tune in a minute, okay? Arena lights, let's just chuck all of these on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2 more. I'm just going to duplicate these and move them into Crossfire. Create folder, lighting states. State max. And okay, let's just go. So we can edit these, the actual materials in a minute. Player input arena. I just want to be consistent with my naming conventions for now. Instructions. Question active. Picking player. Eliminating player. And that's what we've got. Answer reveal. Scores reveal. Yeah, obviously some of these are going to be the same, but that's fine. So we're consistent. Pre-game, player enter arena, instructions, question active, picking player, eliminating player, Answer reveal. Okay. Answer reveal and skills reveal. Okay, let's take a little look. No, Lewis, no spontaneous spotlight. Okay, so now we just get an idea of the sort of thing we can do at the click of a button, and they're all going to be the same. Right. Thoughts? What do we think? I kind of like that blue, not going to lie.
Is the gun constantly pulsing at the minute?
Yeah, because I haven't fixed the animation yet.
Oh, okay, right. That's fine.
Let me move it to a slightly more cromulent position. And let's just set it to like 6. Oh, or that could be exactly the same, but just from 180 degrees. There we go. Right. What do we want to do with these lights? I mean, they all work, but in their own way. It's all still very dark.
I think a lot of that is the contrast between the light and the wall, though, if you know what I mean. Like,
yeah.
there is quite a lot of bloom coming from the light, and you've got a very dark red wall, so it's making it look even darker.
I'm just wondering if I can just dial back my bloom settings, because I get a bit carried away sometimes with my bloom.
You do need a bit of illumination on each of the players.
There you go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No!
That's perfect.
Yep, okay, everybody's gone to the rapture.
This is... I actually like it with a bit of light there, I'm not going to lie. Having said I want to do something a bit darker, I feel like I've steered far too much into the skid of classic thing, and now it's just too dark. So
I think having like a bloom flash like that for out of time question end or something like that is fine.
Yeah.
But having that constant won't work. Having that be a state
yeah.
wouldn't work.
Okay. I don't want to do a mission on that. I just need to get a point light in here. Gang. Move the directional light. I need a point light. Point light. Yeah, obviously not quite that, but
Step in the right direction.
yeah, it needs specific light in this room, rather than some random directional light from elsewhere. And I think I just want one. I don't want loads. I'll make that there.
You don't want one per player.
Problem is that it starts getting funny with like texel count and stuff. They start overlapping and things. Otherwise, I'd have had that spotlight effect on each of them. I mean, one.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Not a point light for each, but a spotlight
A
from
spotlight
the middle,
for each.
or not even from the middle, but from maybe like half the stage radius.
Let's have a look. Trapdoor's gone because the gun's on the ceiling now.
That actually might look kind of cool, having an array of lights kind of around the gun,
Pointing at the gun or
pointing
out
at the
of
players.
Also, just random lights emitting from the gun.
No. So They would be static lights pointing at the players so long as the player's still there
From the ceiling.
from the ceiling.
Okay, I've got an idea. I'm doing that idea thing.
I'm thinking like a millionaire lighting rig that
Yeah.
has 12 lights on it.
I've got a way of making that work, I think. And it's going to be easiest probably to do it in individual player things. So, bear with me.
Actually, that's quite cool if that works, because then the gun is going to be very silhouetted.
Yeah.
I just realised I haven't made these prefabs yet. Fuck. Why are you so bad at this, Ben?
Oh, stop.
Well, I said I should do that. I should make them prefabs, and then I didn't. Now I'm sad. Right, let's pop you up there. Let's just get my default. Oh, hang on, what was that? Oh, lighting status is fine. Let's make you. Where have you gone, little cylinder? There you are. Boop. Oh, you through the ceiling. Boop. There you are. Too big. Slightly better size. Right, I'm going to have to make these prefabs because yeah, I can't believe I didn't do that before I duplicated them. Oh well, right, that's fine. I've come to peace with that. Right, goodbye. Hello, single worker. And then create empty spotlight. Light beam, nasty. Going back to here again, but this time that emanates from that ceiling light. Why are you doing that? Oh, I know why you're doing that. Because the scale of the ceiling light's all off. Oh, is that going to screw the proportions a bit? I bet it does. I bet it does. Why is it Z? Okay, fine. Let's just take the. Oh, is that? Oh, it's 0. That's 3. No, that's just under 3, and that's -2. Right. Putting, put on, hang to. There we go. And now. Now, you see the arm of the gun, the nose of the gun, is going to be crossing over this light, which is what we want. It doesn't need to be quite as bright. And I appreciate we have already tried this as a, oh, it don't work. But this time, maybe this time. And let's just make that really narrow.
Is it worth pointing it a little bit further up? So yeah.
I was just thinking that. You point it at the head. In fact, let's make it a straight 45 and just slightly widen the beam. Just like that. Okay. Spotlight with beam geometry. Oh, fuck, no. Shit. Oh, you div. Okay. It's fine. Apparently I've just deleted the beam geometry, which has destroyed my light. Let's paste it back in. There we go. Oh, no, that's gone down. What do we say? 45. Straight 45. Slightly wider beam. That could be 45 as well. Right. Now, what I'm going to do before I carry on, and even if these end up changing again, it's kind of fine. Let's make a prefab and then I can update them all at once. So, once more, unfortunately I'm going to have to do this rather tedious fulcrum thing. Okay. 10. That's 30. That's 30. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's just 4. Oops. And once again, that's 3, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Right, now they are prefabs.
Are they not duplicated right now? It feels like it just got way too bright.
This is what I mean about lights. When you start duplicating lights, it gets very, 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 very bright in a hurry. So,
Let's
but
see.
now, if we put this intensity down by a factor of 10, just hypothetically, now you can hardly see it, so we went somewhere between the two. Now we're getting somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree, Dev?
No, I don't.
You don't? Okay.
How does the ceiling look? I'm just wondering how the lights on.
It's sort of... Well, with the sort of blue spotlight, it gives it a little bit more body and looking like it's sort of coming from somewhere.
Yeah. That's nice.
If I just increase the spot angle from 45 to, say, 50, it's starting to look just a bit washed out. If I go the other way... Yeah, it looks okay. It looks okay. Let's give it a coloured light.
Maybe slightly off-white in towards yellow.
Yeah, just thinking off-white in towards yellow. Bork. Apply. There's my apply button gone. Do it that way.
Oh, that's very yellow.
Yeah, that's more yellow than I was anticipating, actually. Let's come all the way back down. Even less, somehow. There we go. Now I've got the problem that I've got these ceiling lamps are blue, which doesn't quite work.
No. They should match the color of the light.
Yeah.
Always, shouldn't they? So that's fine if these lights stay yellow.
Do we want, and here's the next question, do we want these lights to mirror the straps, the decorative lights at the back? Because if we do...
Let's cross that bridge when we get there.
Well, let's just set it to yellow just a minute, just to see what that... Because since yellow's the colour we're working with. Hello, little bear. Sorry, my dog's just...
The other thing that you could potentially play about with is obviously turning the lights off as people get eliminated as well.
Indeed. Yeah.
And it makes it feel more lonely and more claustrophobic. I think
the yellow with the yellow actually doesn't work.
Oh no, it
I don't mind these lights staying this sort of off-white. Because they sort of work with everything.
except yellow.
Except yellow. Ow.
Whoa.
Sorry.
I was looking in precisely the wrong place.
I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Let's give ourselves a nice generic white light to go in the ceiling. Ceiling light. Oh, all the ones I could have picked. Oh, they've already changed now. There we go. That's sort of... Again, let's just make it ever so slightly off-white. Or... Oh no, I've got to change the emission, haven't I? Yeah, yellow is so subtle.
Yeah.
It's so subtle. That I like, and I see what you mean about the silhouette of the gun. Let's make this gun move. Gun. Rotation on him.
My other concern, because I know in the old version we had, well, not the camera rotating, but the effect of the camera rotating.
Yes, I haven't got that.
Are we going to get any? Are we going to get any glare at any?
Well, if the lights aren't rotating, here's what it would look like. Let me just layer this such that I can rotate the whole thing. What needs to rotate? Directional light doesn't. Camera angles, I'll come back to that later on. It's just what needs to rotate. Is it literally just arena and players? Arena rotation. It's going to annoy me.
Okay.
It sort of it just looks like an HD Crossfire now.
Yeah. It's not as glary as I was fearing. That's
because those lights are very subtle. What do we think of the gun? The gun, you're right, it is very silhouetted. Now I'm less worried about the floor being silhouetted because that is going to be covered with either question strap a la sort of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire style or audience player scores.
I wasn't very fond of the texture of the gun in the first place, so for it to be silhouetted, I quite like.
You're a fan of that. I think what you need, Dev, what you need in your life. Right. I tell you what, Dev.
Please don't paint the gun bright pink.
It might work.
The last thing we need is a Mr. Blobby incarnation of a.
No. Oh no. He said the thing.
I said the thing.
This is fine.
Okay, now it just looks like it's about to explode from overheating.
It does a bit, doesn't it? Yeah, well, I could get sold on that idea of the gun just being half visible. You've got the bolts when it's powered up, I guess. Have I got any environment? I haven't got any environment lights at the moment either. Better or worse? Ignoring the shadows of the ceiling lights on the floor, which shouldn't be there.
Worse.
You prefer the dark.
I think I prefer the dark. I think. Also, can we have a look just for a second? If we turn the background lights off a second, I just want to kind of see what that would look like.
What? Off? Off completely?
Off or very dim?
I'm gonna have
as in the red rings.
Yeah.
Around the outside.
Give me a mo. What's that? Eliminating player. I don't know why I'm going into play mode. I don't need to go into play mode, but this very rough approximation. If I go eliminating player, no, that's not what I wanted. Something like that, or do you want them closer to the background so they're almost invisible?
I think not like completely off, but just very dark.
But dark and red are not the same. If you want them so that they're blended in with the background, or do you want?
I want them. I think
because that's as close as I can get to invisible.
I think there's fine, honestly.
There.
My question is, does that look more tense in terms of elimination because we've got less going on in the background, and now the focus isn't on the background, it's on the gun? Because that's going to be the
Can we do some Just had an idea of something that I'm not sure I want to vocalise in case I like it. The idea of having like a little countdown on the floor with wedges or something, like a sort of capsule-shaped, capsule-handed clock.
I mean, how many? Did that come through? Sorry,
No,
my
you disappeared.
talk's being. How long are the questions open for in Crossfire?
Well, I'm rebuilding it, so as long as I want them to be, but historically 15 seconds, I think.
Okay, and how many ring lights do we have around the outside?
12, because for 12 players.
Oh no, I meant like concentric circle 1, concentric circle 2.
Oh, going at the top, there's 6.
From top down.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 and the
So you
base one.
Would it be theoretically possible to use them as a countdown?
Oh yeah, it would be theoretically possible. I'm not sure I want to do that because I'm sort of committed now to this idea of all of the lights do the same thing.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
What I was thinking... Oh, now I've done that. I really liked it dark, actually. That was really growing on me then, and now the lights are back on. I think we'll do something with that. No, what I was thinking was something more like, like a target reticule. If we go... In fact, you know what? I'm just going to do this animation real quick. It'll take me a minute, maybe 2. Bespoke, create...
I'm sorry, I realise I am being the definition of scope creep.
It's fine. it's fine with me. If it makes the game look better, then that's, I'm all for it. Right, animation, create, arena, rotate. Hang on. Just thought of a problem of rotating the whole arena. Well, it's not a problem, but it has an implication for this idea of having a locked-off camera inside the turret. If the arena is rotating, then the arena is going to continue to rotate when that locked-off camera is there for the elimination phase. And it shouldn't.
Is there any way to attach the camera rotation to the rotation of the turret?
No, I'd just do a different camera inside the turret, but it would mean rather than I can't rotate the entire arena, I will have to rotate the camera, is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So we're going to call this cam rotate. We no longer need an arena rotation object because we're no longer going to rotate the arena. We are now. Previously, it was easier when there was only one camera. It was easier to rotate the world around it. But now, I'm going to have to get clever. Hello, little bear. Actually, no, it's just exactly the same thing. I just need a parent object for cam rotator. If we reset that to 0, chuck the camera inside. And now, exactly the same thing.
Hey!
So that's all good. Let's get rid of them because we no longer need them. And let's do them on here. Create cam rotate. We'll do this in a single animation. Let's say, what's a good length of time to circumnavigate the whole arena? 30 seconds? Let's start it at 0, and we want it to be smooth, so we need to the tangents to linear. And there we go. We'll soon find out. Too fast, too slow, about right.
Too fast.
Too fast.
Yeah, a little too fast, I think.
Right. Let's take it down by half.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yep.
I agree. I think that looks really good. Okay. I seem to recall a moment ago, before we got sidetracked into other things. This is a great thing. This is why I love doing games from scratch. You think, oh, there's so many things I need to do. Let's do that and that and that and that. And then you forget that you were about to do some shooties. Let's go back into the arena, because apparently I can't select the gun directly. And go into our bolts and continue this animation. So our bolts powered down, we had bolts powered up, and now we need bolts fire. I like this bit. We start in the powered up state. I'm saving regularly here because this is when Unity likes to crash. And scale's the same. And it simply needs to go, oops, no, let's go to that. We simply need to go no further than that. 0.75 will probably do it. Pew 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 pew. That's a little slow, I think. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. Pew.
That is one lucky builder, is all I'm saying.
Pew pew pew. About there. Yeah, I'll do.
I'm not quite sure what the visual is. I'm just trying to pass when it's actually going the...
Told you.
Oh, there we
Love
go.
to crash in the animator. Sorry, go on, Pug.
When it's actually being fired, it was a little bit hard to tell at the speed, but it looked like it was hovering through the end of the nozzle as opposed to being part-way through, part-way out. I'm not quite sure
Let's have a look.
how to explain it visually, but...
Let's have a look. Right, where were we gone? I think it's a bug in this version of Unity, but I found a version of Unity that broadly works, and like you don't want to change that.
I can fully understand that regard.
What do we say was 0.75? We'll keep that at 1. There we go. So it's coming out. You mean out of there?
Yeah, because when you're viewing it side on, it and it's part way out, but yeah, like that, where it's coming out of the nozzle, but also part of it's still in the chamber.
Hmm.
It just wasn't entirely clear where the middle section was. It just looked like it was actually coming out of the model, but now that you've zoomed in, it's fine. It was just
Okay.
probably just a draw distance thing.
Probably something in that vein, I suspect. Obviously, it's missing him at the moment because I haven't got the angle right on the rotation, but that is about as far as it needs to go. Save. Bolts powered up. And now we simply need a trigger for another universal trigger. Bolts powered up on toggle. Transition duration, let's set it at 1 second. no transition duration nor exit time on that. And then no transition duration, but exit time is straight back into powered down, so it looks like it disappears. I will show you what that looks like in, first of all, in fast motion. Powering up, fire. Powering up, fire. Powering up, fire. And in super slow motion, powering up, which I think will look even more effective when it's not, the studio's not all red, and then firing.
Looks good.
I think even though you can't really tell because it's very slow, I think we need a smooth, linear curve on there. It's impossible to tell unless you're going super slow, but it's more natural. Cool. Okay, we've got some bolts. Do I want to do destruction of property or laser control first? Because actually we're not a million miles off actually putting some game logic in here. Next, I was going to do my timer on the floor thing, maybe. Problem is, because the screen is because the camera's rotating, it's going to be very difficult to see. Speaking of cameras, why don't we do that? Camera rotator. Let's get you and stick you inside the gun. Let's get rid of the audio listener, otherwise it will complain. We don't need a camera alert manager on that, and it won't let me because that's a singleton class anyway. Let's just scale, and in fact let's just reset this transform.
Sorry, what was your idea for the timer on the floor again?
Just sort of like a targeting reticule, sort of tick, 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 tick to count down. The problem with it though is if the camera is rotating, you're potentially only going to see half of it at any one time, which is obviously a problem. Right.
Is there something we could do with growing or shrinking a targeting reticule in the middle of the floor that could work?
I think that could work for sure. Have I got a counter at the 15 degrees? I've got to go minus 30? Why are you not lining up? What's my gun doing? Is my gun just at a funny angle? Oh, hang on. That's the way I want to be facing. Minus 120. Right there. So now, if we just ditch the main camera a minute. Where's my gun rotator? Rotation anim. Or maybe not. Oh! That would help, wouldn't it? Oh crap. Right, that's why it wasn't working before. I had it in the wrong bit. Let's reset the position, reset the angle. Still need to be 180 on the X, because otherwise I'm upside down. Let's bring you down. There we go. That's the front of the gun. There. Oh, backwards. .45, maybe come down just a little bit lower. Not too much lower, because we do want to be from the perspective of the gun, that's the whole point. I'm going to get any better than that. gun cam. That's more like it. Yeah?
Okay.
Maybe zoom in and angle down. Yeah, that's about right.
Of course, the gun will be lowered down at this point anyway.
Oh, the gun lowers down.
So actually, the camera probably wants to be a smidge higher than that.
Lower.
There?
Yeah.
My only worry if you zoom in is with the rotational. If it does go like a full half turn,
It'll look like this.
it'll. Ooh.
That's as extreme as it'll get.
Yeah.
Too much?
Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to think if.
I think that's okay.
I think. But my main worry is motion sickness.
Yeah, of
at
course.
this point with that.
Can you slow it down?
I can
It'll-
lower the I can change the rotation speed of the gun. Let me just copy this component over because I've moved it all around slightly. It's actually this animator here, isn't it? Let's come back to big. And get ready for Unity to crash again, because that's what it does when I play with the animator. It's always it's notably always with the animator.
Yeah,
Can confirm.
it's difficult for me to tell motion sickness wise because it's only a quarter of the screen at the moment, I think.
What's a reasonable amount of time for it to turn? 3 seconds? 3.5?
What was it at?
Was it 2?
Yeah, go 3. I don't think you need much change. 50% slower seems reasonable.
That does seem reasonable.
There's a good idea in chat.
Hello, Dravongron. I'll tell Nick our quiz, but I saw you were doing something into. If time's not too much of a concern, do you think about adding a stop after every small rotation between the people might fix motion and adds more suspense? The problem with that is that at the moment it's because the animator transitions from what's called any state. So you see here, it'll go from any state rather than it being a big long chain of going all the way around. It can go from any state to anywhere, and the transition from any state to another state is fixed. Whether it's going from state 1 to state 7, or whether it's going from state 1 to state 2, it will take the same amount of time. Yeah.
I think also if you're stopping at every person along the way, then that in fact makes less suspense because the person.
Lost your tip.
Oh Jesus Christ! Hold on.
While you fix that.
This mouse. I think from some perspectives it adds less. It adds less suspense because if you're stopping at every person along the way, the person it's just passed feels safer for longer.
No, I agree.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
alright, isn't it?
the alternative to that, which isn't really an alternative, is to just randomly jump from like person 6 to person 2 to person 9 to.
Which is what it's doing at the moment.
Yeah, which is what it's going to do. So again, the biggest. This will be the fastest it will go. I don't know if that actually makes. I don't know if that actually makes it worse. I'm not going to lie, because it's taking longer to get there.
Could you have it dynamically change speeds as it goes around?
Or based on the difference between the current position and the target position.
Could you do me a favour and just make? Are you able to make that full screen a second? Again, because it's difficult to judge the amount of motion on the screen without having it.
I can hang on. Let me just pop out my animator over there so I can still control it. Again, this will be the max it'll go. I'm not going to lie to it, that feels slightly worse because it lasts a second longer and it doesn't feel any slower. It obviously is slower.
Yeah.
But it feels worse.
It feels worse because it's going longer, yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right there.
I think 2 seconds was right. Personally.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Let's go with that.
It was just a concern.
No, it's definitely valid.
Change the field of view.
Yeah, I've put it right into 40. I like it zoomed in, especially if we're going to do name tags. I might do people next. Incidentally, let's put it back to 2. But yeah, if we take the field of view out much more, I think we lose some drama of the close-up. But I want to do these name badges and see if I can make them all work, irrespective of which model spawns in.
Am I already going to have to get a new mouse?
I just bought a new mouse. Well, this one on the go, the new Razer thing. Quite nice.
How long ago did I get this one? Because if the push-to-talk key's already going, that's bad.
Right. Time to do a gun animation control. Gun manager. Where are we? Managers. We've got ambient light manager. That's all good. Let's do a gun manager. Game. Scripts. Host. Managers. Create. C# script. Gun manager. Oh, yay, code. So I'm labouring under the misapprehension that this is a dev stream. We should do some... Should write some code from time to time. I've written 4 lines of code?
That counts.
It counts, it does count. Right, let's put you back to that. Right. What do we do first, gang? Singleton mono behaviour. Why do we do that? That was good lesson point here. Why do we do that? Anyone want to care to have a guess?
Is it because the game should only have one gun?
Yes. But why do we need a singleton mono behaviour?
I only know the word singleton. So my answer ends there.
So you've got mono behavior objects which can be added onto physical objects in the inspector in the hierarchy, and then you can fiddle with them in the console. So if you need to assign, like, for example, a text mesh or a renderer or a material or something like that, you can do that on a mono behavior object. It's a unity serialized object. A singleton is effectively a static class. You can access it from anywhere directly, and this singleton mono behavior is just something simple thrown together where if there is more than one of that object in the scene, it will destroy it. You are only allowed to have one because it effectively functions as a static class. So we have singleton mono behavior, so we can both put it into our game scene and also make it singleton so there's only ever one. Which is why they're generally limited to manager classes. I got in some hot water once when I tried to do a derived singleton mono behavior where the base class was singleton and then the inherited class is inherited from the singleton mono behavior, and it didn't like it. I thought I could do that, but it turns out I couldn't. So that made me sad. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Public animator gun rotation anim. And public animator gun y-axis. Oh, that's a horrible name. Gun height anim. Was there another one or was it just a 2? There's another one. Public animator. Gun bolts anim. Animagor. Okay, 3 animators. That's good. Void. What's it called when you get a gun ready, when it's ready to shoot?
Prime.
Prime. Prime and fire laser. And that's a simple case of gun bolts anim dot set trigger toggle. And then we want public void toggle gun height, and we haven't written this animation yet, but I can tell you what it's going to be. Gun height anim dot set trigger toggle. And finally the complicated one, set random location. Not location, that's not what I want. Set gun random rotation, not location. And then we're going to go gun rotation anim dot set integer. And what do we call it? We called it rotpos. And I'm just going to give it a random number, random.range from 0 to 12, because the upper bound is exclusive, and we want to pick a number between 0 and 11. And that is all we need for just our basic gun animation controls. What we'll probably do, let's add our gun manager, gun rotation anim, and then gun bolts anim. We'll do the raising lowering anim. Come on, let's complete it before we have fun pressing buttons. Okay, how are we going to do this? I'm going to need some light. So I can see what's going on. Come here, gun. There we go. So the bit that goes up and down is going to be I need another inner child object. Gun height anim. Whatever. And then we can stick that inside there. And then we can have a new, I think. There's the Y that's yeah. Okay. So what we need is some cable. So let's go 3D object, cylinder, perfection. Shadows off. Oh, I've still got spotlights on the ceiling, so I probably need to shadows on my ceiling lights. Cable. Cable 1. That's a bit big. Now, have we got any nice materials in here? Nice metal materials? No, we're going to borrow one. Where have we used metal before? Everybody all together now. 1, 2, 3.
Escape artist.
That'll do. Almost certainly. Assets.
Because it was the
materials.
Back panel. In, I don't know if it's in the new one or the old one though.
Actually, we've only got a grill. Surprisingly.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, actually, no, I tell a lie. Metal plate.
I thought we had the industrial metal plate one from Escape Artist 1.
I mean Escape Artist 2, which may be what the issue is there. But let's just bring in. We've got metal plate and rusty metal. Metal plate feels where it's at.
Yeah, given the lighting, I don't think rusty metal would fit.
Agree. Right, create material, cable, metal. Which one's which? That is diff. November, which one's which? Diff, that's the albedo. That's the normal map. I know that one. Oh, it's marked as the normal map. Cool. That is the rough, which I think is the height map in Unity, and that bloody hell is that one? Or is that the albedo? Fuck it, that'll do. That's enough. That's enough stuff. Let's bring this cable out so we can see what it looks like in the light first of all. Cable 1. And in the dark. Perfect. Can't even see it. Let's give it a bit of luminescence, but not too much. Metallic. Should the cable glow? Should it be a glowy cable? No, it shouldn't. It should be a metal fucking cable. Oh, it's such a shame. I've got this nice material and you can't see a bastard thing because there's no light.
No, there's you know, highlights on the edge.
I'm not sure there is, but I don't. Yeah, it's fine. It's too thick still, though. It's still too thick.
So
that might be a bit long. That might be a bit
are we?
long.
Is this to lower the gun down?
Yeah. If I move that to there. It's not coming down any lower than that, so that will do.
You can barely see the cable.
But you can see it, is the point. You want to be able to see it. But, I mean, I can make a bit... Go away, moth. Go away, moth. You're not welcome. How many zeros are in there? Yeah, that. Well, I'm sold on that. Cable 2, and we just need to invert the X. I can't see a bastard thing with this studio. Oh, look at that, perfect. That is quite a nice metal as well. Maybe, in addition to that, there is also a point light. Ben, stop trying to put point lights into everything. You're a stupid man. Sorry, this is how our dogs talk to us. I get rid of the directional light now. That point light might actually do something. Ooh, that's always interesting. High intensity, low range. That looks kind of cool. Someone tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong right now. Tell me I'm wrong. Or...
I'm not sold on it. I'm not ruling it out, but I'm...
It's not an... It's a small n rather than a capital N.
although that is interesting how it...
I'm maybe being a bit excessive with the intensity on it. Thing is, I don't want it to be very... I don't want to have much range. Oh, no, shit. Gun height on him. That's what we want. So we're there. So you can't even see it when it's up, and then when it comes down, it gives a bit of light.
Ooh.
A bit lower, just on at the top of the gun. It was mainly to illuminate the cables, to be honest, but I'm now wondering... keep it at 0.3. And that's come down to, say, 0.25.
Stupid question.
Go on. Go on.
What? Goddamn button! What are the cables going to do when the gun rotates? They're going to rotate with it. Okay.
I can put a little black circle in here so it looks like it's a sort of a track that it's running around. Give me a mo. I'm now convinced on 0.25, so give me a sec. And we'll go... this is where shapes is useful. Disc.
Thought I'd fixed this push to talk issue.
You did not.
No, I didn't. Like, oh, there's a piece of paper wedged behind it. That's the problem. No, it wasn't.
That big white light looked kind of cool.
What, the big disc that I put across the whole screen.
Just around the...
2.
That's a fair point, ABME. Yeah, we will be in first-person view when it rotates.
That's also very true. Well, I've put the thing in now, so it's at least...
Sorry, yeah, no.
So now when it now when it rotates...
Me and my heckin' world building, okay?
Look at that. Now you wouldn't even know.
Yeah, right?
That's really cool. I like that a lot. In fact, it might not go to first person immediately, and it might be rotating as it comes down. So now, no one can complain.
I have a crazy idea.
Go on.
When it's gun time, turn those lights that are each pointing at the players at the gun, and turn on a gun that's coming out the front of it. Turn on a light coming out the front of the gun.
We talked about having little laser sights, didn't we? Which we haven't done yet. Put sort of permanent laser sights on it, but it might make more sense to do those only when the gun comes down. Alright, let me get this animation in first. And again, it won't take me long. Animation, bespoke, gun, folder. I don't really need a separate folder for all of this.
Oh yeah, ABME. How else do you think I have a pub floating on an iceberg in the Antarctic Ocean?
Gun height, animator. Create, gun up, record, 0, stop, create clip, gun down, record.
I'm trying to work out in my head if the real estate costs would be very cheap or very expensive.
For what? For what? For this?
For the gun or the pub?
The gun.
for the pub.
Cheap.
Toggle and add trigger 0 exit time transition 2 seconds, probably to be consistent with the rotation time. 2 seconds off exit time. Toggle save. And now gun height anim. Bosh. Right, let's see what it looks like. Let's press some buttons.
Mainly because by this point I've got squatters' rights.
It's certainly a lot more subtle, that movement, isn't it? Let me just move that up the road a minute and maximise this.
I do really like that silhouette.
Is that going random? That didn't even move that time. Oh, that did. Yeah, that's much more sinister, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you've got the light is still kind of lighting the inner bit up top as well, which I really like.
I wonder if it's if the camera is still rotating too quick. Because it's almost like, because the gun and the camera, there's sometimes it doesn't feel like see there it's obvious that it's moving, but sometimes it's not always obvious. Which I suppose isn't necessarily a bad thing. And then toggle gun height.
If you want to slow the rotation down, there's not really...
I should probably leave that circle not to be in the height animator because that looked really strange. The circle disappearing.
The circle should always be
It should
there,
always be there. Yeah. And then... Vision? Ah, no, that's frightening.
Yeah.
And then fire.
Pew.
But he's still alive now. We need to do some splattery gore in a minute. I love that up and down animation, apart from the circle. It's not
the one circle.
It's not quite in the middle, is it? Or is it?
I think it's a perspective thing.
Yeah, that's probably fair.
Yeah, if you look at it from bottom up, it will probably be in the middle.
Okay. I'll take that. Good, right.
Because if you watch it while the camera rotates, it goes around the outside, so that's telling me that it's a perspective thing rather than a...
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, let's... Oh, God, I've lost it now. Come here.
I think.
Let's go back to stream mode 4K. Bump that into there, and you up to there.
Don't quote me on it, though.
No, it's all good. Okay. We're getting there. Let's bring this down. So to do that, let's bring the gun down, the gun height down to 0.25, which is what it should be, and let's bring the disc down with it to there. And now the disc is always there. Great. Okay. We've got a gun manager. What I also probably want to do... Oh, do I just want to call this in a co-routine? Run this in a co-routine. Just to... Out of start. I can give it its own entry point, almost. Start co-routine. Perma gun rotation. I just call it gun rotation, couldn't I? Private ball gun rotating equals false, because why not? Gun rotation. Gun rotating equals true, while gun rotating yield return new, wait 4 seconds. Never hardcode variables. Let's give ourselves a nice header and call it gun config in case we need to put some other values in there. Public float gun rotation delay equals probably let's default to 7 seconds. Wait for seconds, gun rotation delay, and then set gun random rotation. Only time that is different is when it needs to point at someone specifically because it needs to shoot them. But I can handle that case separately anyway, I think. God, this wine is good. Okay, so now gun will just permanently rotate, which means we shouldn't need that button anymore. Because we should never need to manually set that. Let's see what happens. Seven. Yeah, I like it. I like it a lot. Not that one. And now those lasers have a bit more meaning about them. Oh, you can only see them from one side? Or did it just not rotate far enough?
Yeah, no, you can only see them side on.
No, you can only see them from the right-hand side if it turns to...
Really?
Because I thought this was a problem previously. See,
Oh yeah.
Can you? Oh no, you can. You can.
Okay. It's
Ooh.
whoa.
That was not right. It's trying to run 2 animations at once there. It shouldn't be. It should be doing the gun rotation delay, which it doesn't appear to be. Gun rotation delay 7 seconds. Set gun random rotation, unless it was a weird gimbal thing. Oh, that's something I should probably fix. I was going to leave it running a minute. I just want to see if it does that again.
Did you have separate animators for the up and down state as well?
Yeah, completely separate. So they should be able to act independently. I'll wait for it to rotate and then I'll move it up. So you can move up and rotate simultaneously.
Oh, what I meant was brain words stuff. Were you using different sets of animators for when the gun was up and rotating and when it was down and rotating, if you know what I mean? Or is it all just one and the
No,
yeah.
they're all complete. So you've got 3 animators. You've got up and down, which is controlled by
Yep.
this button press. You've got roundy round, which is done in this coroutine, and you've got prime and fire,
and
which is
fire?
the third
Yeah,
one. And
okay.
you can do all 3 of those at the same time.
Simultaneously.
Yeah. Obviously, it will never fire mid-rotation, because that would
Skill shot.
that would be very different. Right, we put it off long enough. It's time to destroy some people. Shoo!
Yay?
Yay! You know it. So we've got a player area. We've got worker in there at the moment. But we don't necessarily want worker. We want any of the potential models that I've got. So what we're going to do, we're going to create avatar spawn point. We are going to take the transform of this and paste it into our avatar spawn point. We're going to go into the prefab, delete the worker, save, come back out, and then add the spawn point to the prefab. So here comes the fun bit. Scripts, host. It's technically the podium, but I'm going to create a custom one because it's just easier. Folder. Crossfire for specific stuff. C# script. And we'll call this player area. And we are going to load onto our player area. First of all, we're going to load it onto our player area object and apply to the prefab. First thing we need is a player object. That is the player to whom this belongs. We then have public transform avatar spawn point. We then need name badges is all part of this, and this will be added to over the course of it, but for now it's all good. Public renderer Twitch avatar rend public game object Crossfire placeholder, and probably, just in case we want to control it, public what even is it? It is a volumetric light beam SD. Light beam, volumetric light beam SD. Spotlight. And we've got a public, I guess it's a renderer ceiling light. And that'll do for now. Let's assign some objects. So, avatar spawn point to avatar spawn point. Renderer to avatar. Crossfire placeholder to placeholder. Spotlight to spotlight. And ceiling light to ceiling light. Apply. So they now all exist on each object. Yes, sorry.
I've never actually been in the main game of Crossfire. So when they get spawned in, are the avatars just random, or do they choose that?
It's not like the mole. Okay. It's that they're picked at random. So, and because I've only got about 7 models, you end up with like 3 of the same very often.
You end up with duplicates, yeah.
It's fine. So now we're going to create a game object array, and we're going to call this potential avatars. Something else we're going to need to add in just a minute is public. It's probably going to be another volumetric light BMSD, which I'm going to control through a coroutine. We'll call it spawn light, which I haven't put in yet. We'll do that in just a second. Right. Let's get our models. Player area. Prefabs. We have got farmer, street sweeper, worker, and we have got man A, man B, man C, man D, and woman A. So there's 8.
Mandy.
So, Mandy, yes, woman A, Mandy. So we should probably give these an enum, public, enum, avatar option, and we called them farmer, street sweeper, worker, man A, man B, man C, man D, and woman A, Mandy.
This is just a list of people who failed for the audition for the village people.
It is a bit. Spawn a random avatar. Let's just make sure it works first of all. We are going to go. We're going to need to store it in something as well. So let's create another game object down here. Call this spawned avatar. And we're going to go spawned avatar. Because we don't need to access any game objects inside any components, we're literally just spawning an object and then forgetting about it for now. We can go spawn object equals instantiate potential avatars unity engine dot random dot range 1 2 3 4 5 hang on 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 0 to 8. I've no idea why I've put these in an enum. Do they need to be in an enum if I know there's 8? No, because we don't really care. They're arbitrary. We don't care about them. I know hard-coded integers are awful, but never mind. Right, and it should just work.
I suppose it allows you to add to it if you want to put more models in later.
Yeah, but if I go down that road, I'm going to have other issues with resizing the models to the point where I would have to look at the code anyway and change this number here. So
right, okay.
It's just, yeah, it's fine. I should probably make that private. Does that need to be accessed by anything else? It shouldn't be. That needs to be public. That shouldn't need to be. Oh, that will need to be public because I need to assign it in the inspector. Everything else needs to be assigned in the inspector, so it's fine. So now, microphone tipster. Just don't push talk off. Just leave yourself on.
Oh yeah, no, it is off. Yeah, that age-old question of how tall is your player model, personally sized.
Yes, so it's a good point of reference to the rest of your scene. Right, let's see if this works. Okay. There's a
More games
party
need to
under the
add bananas
gun.
for scale.
Anyone want to tell me what I've done wrong? Because I know exactly what I've done wrong.
You've
Given them all
not.
the same spawn point.
Well, you haven't given any of
I
them.
haven't given any of them a spawn point. Yeah.
So it's just spawned them at default.
It spawns them at I think 000 of the object, so, or maybe it's just 000 of world space. If I give it avatar spawn point though,
Yeah, if it will just, if they haven't got a object to spawn to, it will be.
I guess just puts it gives it its default, whatever the prefab's default transform is. It does that and then just puts it anywhere in world space, so it will be default. Whereas now,
Hey, yeah, there we go.
are
okay.
they flying? Are they floating slightly off the ground? Are they floating a lot off the ground? Oh, I can't tell.
It's very difficult to tell where the ground is, to be honest with you.
They are
Well,
floating.
how does that look from first person? That's the question.
That is the question.
True.
Let's kill that camera a minute.
Ah!
Oh, no, it's because I haven't lowered the camera yet. I haven't lowered the gun yet.
When I said headshots, I didn't mean like this.
You can't see their feet anyway.
But they are
Hey, Ben.
they are floating.
Are they?
Yeah.
So from the two cameras we've
about
got,
that?
can you tell?
Yes. Look at the top screen.
Oh shh.
And when I mean I can tell because I'm looking for it, but when I light it up.
Well, what a.
You're just gonna bring the floor up?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Ooh.
No, I'm going to bring the transform target down, which is player area, avatar spawn point. Down you go. It's only very, very slight. It's 0.07 off. In fact, not even that. 6.
Yeah, that'll do.
Minus 0.06. Yeah, that's what we need. Minus 0.06. Apply. And now.
It's the Minecraft boats falling all over again.
Spawn and spawn and spawn and spawn and spawn and spawn and spawn.
Stilettos was a bold choice.
Spawn and spawn. They appear to be spawning in not
There's
going round.
yeah, it's a random order at the moment by the look of it.
Oh no, they're just my areas are just screwed. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, they're just out of order.
They're out of order. Unity does this sometimes when you duplicate multiple objects, it puts them in a random place. Silly Unity is what we say. Silly old bear.
Silly meanity. Wait, no, hold on. It's not Chuckle Brothers.
There we go. Okay, that's spawning random players in. Let's have a volumetric light beam for all of them when they get spawned in.
Hey Ben,
Yeah.
I'm afraid I have to run, but
That's
can I
fine.
leave with one last thought that I
You
want to get
may.
in?
You may, of course.
Could you spawn in one player and go into first person on them?
Yes. Give me a sec. Oh, so close. You want to lower?
Yes.
I don't think it's quite low enough, is it?
I think it's
Oh, nearly there.
plenty low for the
There we go.
player.
Is it too dark?
No, I'm thinking about the backdrop and how low that panel behind them is like totally obscured. I would have it centered on their head.
What, raise the back plate up? The avatar.
Raise the
plate?
backplate and maybe instead of having 6 of those ring lights up at the top of the stage, bring a couple of them to the bottom.
Is that backplate where the Twitch avatar is going to go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it does completely obscure it from that angle.
Okay. It will be done.
I think having a couple of those ring lights at the bottom and like maybe getting them like instead of like consistent separation between them, they get further and further apart as they go up.
Ooh, nice idea. It's the linear separator's going to get cross with me when I start deleting things, isn't it? Let's go architecture, decorations. One more.
Just 2 at the top.
Get away with 3. You get away with 3. It's my opinion. Let's stick that linear separator onto the bottom as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then... Oh, hang on, no, I can't do that. Ah, now it's going to pitch a fit at me. I'm going to have to start and stop it. Yeah, if you add a linear separator and then delete it, it gets really, really sad. Base circles. Let's stick you in there. 1, 2, 3, and linear separator. Copy. Paste. And raise height. I mean, centered, I want to be centered.
So I'm thinking like densely packed toward the bottom and more separated towards the top.
Can I do that? Well, I might have to adapt because it's a linear
That actually
separator.
looks
It's
kind of right.
it's just forcing them to a certain distance apart. Unless I can do some clever maths thing that involves some clever maths thing. Jazz,
What if you only had
why is Jazz
1 at the top?
changing the Jazz channel because it was being odd. 1 at the top.
Just the one that is bordering the display. If you bring that down so it's touching the display.
Oh, I need one around the ceiling because otherwise you get a break. So I'd need 2 at least.
Okay, then 2.
But what I can do is.
Or you could raise the display so that it's centered.
Where do you want the top one?
Ooh, that was actually pretty good.
That there?
Yeah, something like that.
And then I can just adjust the very top one. Like that. Oops. 0.5. And if they're to be the same height as well, that would be the same height, which would suggest the screen should be somewhere in between the 2. Wouldn't you agree, Simba? Sorry, that's a Lion King reference.
Yeah, I was trying to work out the like everything the gun touches is that's quite.
Look, Simba, everything the gun touches is our kingdom. Toggle gun.
But what's that over there? That is Quiz Prison Simba. You must never go there.
I think that's it. I think that's it, Ben.
I did not.
Oh, and I picked the perfect one as well. Look at that.
I did not need to envisage Simba with a gun.
Here's Simba with a gun.
Simba, you have forgotten who you are, and so forgotten me, etc., etc., etc.
I think that's quite nice.
I think
Yeah.
that's quite nice as well.
Yeah.
You can see enough of the avatar, and the lines are uniform.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to reset my light manager. Hello. He's having a...
I think there's even
Hello again.
room.
There's actually
even-
room at the bottom under the like between those bars just below the image to put the name if you didn't want to put it over the head of the model.
I was going to do a name badge.
Oh, like an actual. Okay.
I don't know if that's a bit... okay, he's here. There's loads of him. There's like 4 of him. He keeps turning up.
Oh, look, it's Kid Rock.
I was going to say, there's got to be a Doctor Who villain or something of that nature, just like.
Hello, young people. How do you do, fellow kids? It's me again, Kid Rock. I don't know why he's Australian or why I'm doing an Australian accent. Name tags and splattery explosions, and then some gameplay logic, and then game done.
Yeah, I guess that's it.
Nice.
Lovely stuff.
What is the time? It's got to 12. I'm going to go for another hour or 2 if I can. Dev, you are excused. Thank you for sticking around and
It's been a slice. Cheers.
hopefully it's been an illuminating experience.
In more ways than one.
Absolutely. Thanks for all the advice.
Great.
I appreciate it.
Can't wait to see it when it's finished.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Volumetric light name tag blood and guts. Spawn light. Volumetric light beam SD. And 90. Now this one does want to be rounder at the top. Probably the same roundness. That's, no, it doesn't need to be that big, does it, Ben? Or does it? Oh, maybe it does. Then, loving this jazz. This is working. No, I don't like it all that thick like that. I do not. But I want it to be blue. Yellow. Got the yellow. There you go.
I'm starting to flag a bit, so I'm gonna go lie down.
All right, mate.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
That sounds fair.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Take it easy.
Right, there's my spotlight. Add a component. Ah!
Jesus.
Okay, now we get rid of the spawn light. We add it in there. And now, when we spawn a random player, we are going to go between spawn avatar routine. Spawn avatar routine. Tour spawn avatar routine. Out of there. Chuck it in there. And for int I equals 0, I is less than 10. Plus spawn lights dot. Better idea. Spawn while
Not meaning to interrupt your flow, but what code have you, what extension have you got that's doing the predictions?
what the while where it's predicting true for me there.
Yeah.
That's just IntelliSense, which is
Oh, it is
standard.
just IntelliSense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
While... Now where do I want it to get to? Let's wrap this in a config. Light range and max distance is 10. Okay, while spawn light dot range max geometry distance, is that the one? Is it shape dot? Max geometry distance. No, light range max distance. It must be that one. Is less than 10. Freak of hat. Rather than disabling it, set it as that. That means it's permanently there. There's a permanent yellow aura over the top, unless I just bump it slightly higher. It's out of view. Okay. Around it is less than 10. Spawn light dot max geometry distance plus equals 0.01. You return you wait for second 0.01 f. That means it's going to take 1 second. Okay. Oh, fuck you. That's read only. I'll just change the scale, can I? That's some weird stuff. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the documentation for this one. If it's got documentation. Resources? No. No. Okay. Documentation URL. So after saladgamer.com/VLB-doc. Let's take a look at that. saladgamer.com/VLB-doc. There we go. Volumetric light beam SD. What do I want to change? Shape, light range, max distance. Light range max distance, what's after? You control this valve from script using the fall off end property. Okay. Well, that's really a natural leap to make. I have to go and look the documentation up to get that fall off end plus equals 0.1 f. There we go. Then we do the flicker. 0 is less than 10. I++. So it goes zoom flicker spawn light dot game object dot set active false and then true. And I did a flicker in something else the other day, and it was that, I think. It's a good flicker rate. Let's make it 20. All that be 20, that'll be 1 second. Let's try that. Then we spawn in an avatar, and then we continue to flicker. And then we set it off, and then we set it to 0. Right, this might look awful. Let's see.
Can't look anything worse than what I do.
Oh. That's what happens when you do animations blind and coroutines. You never quite know what you're going to get. Let's have a look. Let's make to get that to the right place so we can see it. Okay. Oh. The problem is, my spawn light off. No, my spawn light was definitely on. So we should be getting a pillar of light emerging. But it didn't. But it's doing the increase, and that flicker's too slow. Spawn light game object set true. Do I need to set track changes during playtime? There we go. Yes, I do, is the answer. Apply. And that's too fast now. Right. Let's try this. Flicker goes on too long, way too long. And I think 10 is probably too far as well. Let's take a look. After 7.5, it's not really getting any bigger, is it? 7.5F. I also think it's a bit slow to get there. So let's speed it up by half. Oh, no. Wrong way. That's 0.1. That one's to... I don't know if it's going to read that fast. Okay, what do we think? It's got the effect of the old Crossfire going on.
I mean, it's more a question of, is that what you wanted to replicate or divert from?
I was aiming for basically the same thing, but just a slightly nicer animation, which I think I've got. I don't know if I need this light to be spawn light. I don't know if I need it to be a sort of thicker shade of yellow almost. I want it to obscure my player a lot more. At the moment, there's a sort of almost audible clunk when they get spawned in. Let's see how bright this is. That's really very bright. That's offensively bright, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's not like a light anymore either, does it? intensity instead. So that does. That's better. Oh, I'm getting. That's a new one. Beam is not using advanced intensity mode, but its inside and outside have not the same value. Okay, well let's use advanced intensity mode then. And see what happens now. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. Happy with that. Right, so that's my spawning mechanic in. Not sure you like the flickers too fast. Okay. Let's dull it down. Well, slow it down. Is it going too long or is it too flickery? Are there too many flickers or is the flicker too fast? Do you think it's too fast? Right. So I've not really been paying attention to chat tonight, which is really bad. Possibly both. Alright, well we'll reduce the number and the speed. And see what that looks like. A bit more gentle. And if anything, actually, the avatar looks more subtle at the point it's being spawned. I don't know how that's possible. It looks... The introduction of the avatar, when it's off slower beam, it almost just sort of melts into the light.
I think it might be because the timing of when the avatar comes in compared to if the light is quote unquote on or not. Compared to when it's the flicker, it's obvious that the spawn timer takes longer than the flicker on off.
I think you're right. Oh, I've drunk that whole bottle. That's a shame. I'll have to have the last support in a minute.
Oh dear, however will you survive?
What a shame. Yeah, well, that just calls for, yeah.
What a shame.
One of them. Right. Yeah, tipsy. I don't even feel tipsy because I had a massive Chinese before I started, so I feel quite robust actually. I am starting to flag slightly though. I'm going to go get another drink because I'm thirsty, so I'm going to get some more port. What do I need to do? I've done spawning. Character spawning. I've done gun control. I've got something approaching light control. I've rebuilt the studio. I've got to do name badges. And I've got to do splatter gore.
Yeah, removal of player.
Yes, I've done spawning players. I need to do removal of players and name badge. I will try and do both of those. I may only get around to doing one. So I'm going to grab another bottle and I'll be back. Not much left in the way of port either. So I could go and open another bottle of red wine, or I could go and open another bottle of port, but that would be. That's not good for. Not long for staying up. So, hello, my name is name badge. Let's get one of those. A really properly cliched one. That'll do. Open image a new tab. Is it transparent? No. Fuck. I'm gonna need to put their name somewhere else as well. Because the name badge alone, you won't be able to see it until it gets to close up, and you'll be basing it all off the avatars. So I am gonna need to put the name somewhere else. But not on the floor. That is not a transparent. Is that a transparent image?
And that's also assuming that people that join have an appropriate profile picture to be able to recognize them by, and not the default.
Quite right. Oh, it really is transparent. Okay, fine. Yeah, top grid cell. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. I'm glad I persevered with the lights. Got them in the right place eventually. And now I've done this stuff, I can make them disappear again. After the player is blown to oblivion. Now, do I want to go about adding this prefab onto each of my individual models? Or just spawning it at a particular point? I should probably put it on the models individually, shouldn't I? Yeah, I definitely should. Okay, so let's create. Well, let's do one on one of them, and then it'll be easy. So let's bring Farmer Giles in. Hello there, Farmer Giles. Let's give you a novelty badge. 3D object. Fuck, you can wear it on a quad, Farmer Giles. Let's go. 0.1. That might be a bit small for you. If it was the right way around, wouldn't it? What was it? 16.9. Probably. What are the dimensions of it? 1200 by 858. Really? I'll do. Be up there on his lapel, on his overall lapel, shouldn't it? And I'm going to need to make a material. Where have you gone? Material. Name badge. It's probably going to have to be an unlit texture, I think. That really pops. And the texture we are going to apply is that one. It's a bit bright now. And I can't dull it without making it unlit. If I just make it a regular one and just illuminate it, let's see, that's too dark, but if I put...
Actually...
No, it is too dark. Sorry.
Is it possible to have I'm just trying to think of what the opposite of a lighter would be, but there you go.
Yeah, emission.
But, yeah,
emission texture is the light on that.
If you put a negative emission on, but what you've got there is fine.
Yeah, the other one, unlit texture, is literally nothing will affect it. No lighting will affect it. It will just be one fixed thing. If you have an unlit color, you can make the color lighter, but here, no. So then we need 3D object, text Mesh Pro, and we're going to go probably down to 1. Well, probably auto size actually. Let's see the gizmo. 0.8, 0.6. Center, and let's have a better font. Cursive or that's my sort of default font, XO. My character limit 15, I think. Arun is about the longest name, Twitch username, but people tend to put just a single name, don't they? If people are going to do that, then, you know, more fool them.
I think the closest that I know username-wise is Dumbledore, but that's just a...
It's probably this guy. The longest individual name, but again, you can do things like that. So, cool.
Now that I think about it, has David actually played any of the games recently?
David J.
No, yes, because you forced him to do Escape Artist.
I bullied him into playing the Escape Artist. Yeah. I think he lurks fairly often. He may be lurking right now. I don't know. I haven't checked my viewers. It doesn't look like he's lurking right now, but I think he lurks reasonably often, if not always playing. But no, I like that as a badge. So let's make that as a prefab. Poof. There we go. Badge mesh is there. And I will need to... I'll do that in a minute. And then add a game object apply to prefab farmer. Delete farmer. Now it should be a bit easier. Now we've done the badge. We now go models, prefabs. Let's just bring them all in at once. Street sweeper, worker, Manor, Mamba, Mank, Mand, and Womaner. Let's go through them one at a time. Starting with Street Sweeper, prefabs, name badge. So they will be broadly in the same place, but there will be some subtle tweaks. Of course, the other question is, are these going to persist when they're animating? That's a very good question that I should probably check with this guy. Does it animate with them, or does it do something strange? It just sort of doesn't move. Hello, there's a raid from... Good
That's
lord.
a big raid.
Flodge, fucking hell. Flodge and Lounge. How you doing, gang? Hey, welcome. Who we got? Marquise, Flodge, Sigma, Dragon, Sigma, Ego, Sigma again. Rough boy, this is a raid. Egocentrical, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're doing some dev stuff. How are the runs, man? How are the runs? Did you... I'm good. It's getting a bit late. I don't normally stream on a Friday. there was an opening. I'm here with Pokenuts, by the way. Pokenuts is also here.
Hello.
And Rough Boy, thank you for that follow. Yeah, how are the runs? Are you world record yet? No new PB, but good day. Talk to me when you world record. You bring
shame
on us all.
Shame.
No PB?
Shame.
That's about the level of it. So yes, sir, indeed. Anyway, thank you for the massive raid, my dude. Much appreciated. We do quiz stuff over here. I know a couple of people are already sort of tangentially familiar with the stuff I do. Currently working on a rebuild of Crossfire, which is an interactive Twitch game. Rebuilt the studio, got some new lights and stuff in it. We were going to get to some of the game logic, but we may run out of time. I'll go a bit longer because we just had a big old raid. But if you are partial to a bit of a quiz, we run interactive quiz streams here on Saturday nights at 8 PM BST. It'd be lovely to see you. So thank you for all the follows. Flies, thank you again for the raid. Do stick around or go get some dinner. I don't normally go get dinner at this time, but yeah, we're grateful. And the gun is doing its weird trippy thing again. It didn't do that for a while, and now it's done it again. And I need to keep an eye on it for when it does it next time, so I can see what the problem is. Also, the badges aren't rotating, aren't animating. Be looking, you look. Give us a lurk, Fludge. We appreciate it very much, my dude. Thank you very much.
Lurking, loitering, or lingering.
Yes, lurking, loitering, or lingering in the chat. That's the expression, isn't it? Andy Tay, if you're not giving us a follow, by all means do give us a follow. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask. No such thing as a stupid question, as the saying goes. Yeah, if you want a bit more detail on what I'm doing, yeah, give us a shout. And as David said, yes, there is a link to the Discord there, if Nightbot's alive. There she is. Do come and hang out with us, you would be most welcome. Now, I was looking at this gun rotation and trying to figure out why it's being all juddery.
Is it trying to do like a 0-3-6 thing? Where it's...
It's possible it's trying to rotate to itself. Like, oh no, it's going to go from 2 to 8 that time. See, that one's fine. Let's take a close look. So it's not to do with its picking rotation to itself. It feels like it's trying to do 2 rotations at once. Like it's trying to move somewhere, but it's already trying to move somewhere else. So it's getting a conflict in the animation cycle almost.
Well, yeah, because could it have been? Just double checking your map. That it's trying to move to a new position before it's finished the current.
Yeah. That's my current thinking, but it shouldn't be able to do that because what's the delay? So the delay is 7 seconds. It shouldn't be able to do that because it takes, what do we say, 2 seconds for a transition? It's 2 seconds for a transition, and the maximum it can stay in any one state is, it's about a second, but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, transition. 2, finish. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, new state. This is really random. It's because the any state. I have an idea. I have an idea. I think what's going on here is that it also needs to have a toggle. Because at the moment, you see where it's constantly firing out of any state in the middle down to the new machine. It's doing that constantly. It should only do that transition once. and then lock. And so I think what I need to do, I need to add, as well as having a rotation position, I need to have a toggle. And that also needs to be a condition of transition, and it's going to be really bloody tedious. I'm going to have to do this 12 times. And then when we set the position, we also flag the toggle. And then it should only transition to that state once, and there shouldn't be any problem with conflicting states. And this feels like a problem that came up in something I did about 2 weeks ago. Week ago, can't even remember. What was the last project? It might have been Cryptex actually. Right, so if we add a toggle state onto each of them and save before Unity crashes. Gun rotation delay, set gun random rotation. We also need to go, as well as rotation anim, we need to go gun rotation anim dot set trigger toggle. Now we should see it only coming out of any state once per movement, which I'm hoping is going to nix that thing. It may not, but it is no longer coming out of any state permanently. Toggle. Okay, we didn't get much movement there because it only went to the one next door. It's moving 2. That toggle was flagged for far too long before it started moving. Toggle flagged. This is where interruption sources become a thing I have to consider. This is where it gets complicated. Interruption source. My transitions from. That's probably not helping. Can transition to self. Okay, let's just try this. So again, I found myself playing with an animation machine, which is dull as dishwater. Can transition to self and can be interrupted by transitions from current state. So current state and can transition to self off. Current state and can transition to self off. Current state, transition to self off. Current state, transition to self off. I missed one. Current state. Fortunately, there's only 12 here. When I did this, when I was trying playing this shit with Cryptex, and I had to do 26 every time I wanted to change a setting on the Cryptex style. That was very, very tedious.
I just have flashbacks to when I thought, oh yeah, I can make my own game shows back when I was younger poker. And I thought, oh, I enjoy 1 versus 100. Let's do that.
Okay, that was an instant transition there. That was good. Let's see if we get another instant toggle. No, it's still completing the machine state. And now there's the flicker. Fuck.
Could you have it? I'm trying to figure out how to. Is there some way you can put in a delay that once it chooses where it's going to next, it waits until the current one is done, then proceeds?
That's basically what it's doing at the moment, and the point is I don't want it to do that. I want it as soon as that toggle is hit. So if I say 9, and there's the toggle, I want it to move immediately. So if I go 5, toggle, as soon as I press toggle it should go. And note it's taken a good while to finish the previous animation before it moves on. And it is something to do with an interruption source, and I can't for the life of me remember what it is. It might be next state. I I'm going to try that one, see if it works. Fixed duration is 2 seconds. It might be because it has exit time. It shouldn't have exit time. It shouldn't make any difference because exit time is 0. So let's try the next logical step. So exit time off. Next state. Exit time off. Next state. Exit time off. Next state. Time off. State. Exit time off. Next 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 state. And if this doesn't work, unless it breaks it, I'm going to move on to something else because I'm bored with this animation tree now. Animation machine. That looked like it went immediately, but let's find out. No, that's toggle is on. Oh, maybe it just picked itself. It looked like it didn't actually move at all there. Okay, now it is moving instantly, which is what we want. So now I just need to prevent it from picking itself. How do I add an exception to this? Ugh. This is a ChatGPT question. This is. I have this line of code. I want to pick a range between those numbers, but not 7. How can I do this? I'm in Unity C#. Random between 0 and 11, but excluding 7, you can use a simple strategy. Generate a number between 0 and 11, and if the number is greater than or equal to 7, just add 1 to it. This way you can effectively skip 7 and wrap around within the desired range. Okay, that's not a bad solution, actually, ChatGPT. We are going to need next line of code. Int rand equals 0 to 12.
I mean, yeah. My solution just would have been if it's picked 7, then you just run it again until it doesn't.
Yeah, that used to be my solution. The problem with that is that it's very inefficient because you effectively run a while loop, and it is theoretically highly unlikely, but theoretically impossible to get stuck in that loop forever.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
This is a.
I never said it was good. I just said.
Don't worry about that. So I used to do that for the longest time. If rand equals run rotation anim. Fuck's sake, Ben. Dot get integer rock pos. In fact, we're just using a ternary statement, can't we? Rand equals rand plus 1. It's be slightly more complicated because it might not be 7. Modulate 12, I think. Int rand equals Unity engine dot random dot range 0 to 12. Rand if rand is equal to the current rotation position. If it's then that's where we want that. If rand is equal to the current rotation position, give us rand plus 1 modulo 12. Otherwise, random is fine. Set the position and hit the toggle. Hoping that's fixed our woes. Hoping so. Oh, hello, Tyson. A wild Tyson Baby appeared. You just got up. He's not talking at the moment. You don't want to talk.
I think sometimes his connection takes a little bit.
Fair enough. I'm streaming on Twitch, by the way, Tyson. Just FYI. If you can hear us. Hope you can. Hello, mate.
Yeah, I got it now.
Good.
It's fine. Only Ben's on cam, so you don't just whether you're being seen or not.
Right. Yeah. No, I am on Twitch at the moment as well. So, which is
no problem.
You're very welcome to be with us here. Right. Back to name badges is what we're doing. Right. Let's pop this on the body and see if that makes any difference. Hope it does. Please do. Please wobble. Oh, fuck you. Why? It's not even touching his body now, is it? Why? Why? Bip. Oh, let's bury it deep. Let's put it in the spine. Oh, yay! There we go. Now it's doing something. Yeah, fuck it, that'll do. Right. I said this bit won't take quite as long. I was evidently lying because we got stuck into pissing animation trees. Animation machine. I keep calling them animation trees. Huh?
How dare you lie to your viewers?
I know, I'm ashamed. Right, there we go. Name badge is in. I'm going to need to bring my other dude out now, aren't I? Because he's not going to be working anymore. Where is he? Models. Game. Models. Characters. Prefabs. Farmer. It was Farmer Giles. Now where do we stick it in? Spine. Spine. Name badge. Oh, fuck off. Right, we'll do it that way. Spine. Yuck. Yeah, I'm sure that's fine. Right. Farmer Giles can go. Street Sweeper can go. Worker A. Game. Prefabs. Worker. Bib. Pelvis. Spine. Name badge. Drag. Drop. Bing bong bang. And now we fine tune. Oh, that's not right. Oh no, it is. Right, he can have his name. Maybe he could wear his name badge on his hat. Why haven't I give myself some more space to work with here? I'm aware this is really very silly for a game that involves laser guns and immolation of human beings, but it's quite funny at the same time. Right, that'll do. Next, name badge. Add a game object. Apply. Done. Thank you, worker. Next. Man A. Here is Man A. Bip. Pelvis. Spine. Plop. Reset. Bang, bang, bang. Up. Oops. Up. Spin. Out. Spin the other way. There we go. I'm gonna need some light. I can't see a fucking thing. Environment. Direction light. Oh! Ow!
Oh!
I forgot how bright they were. Why the hell I've been working like that for the last God knows how long.
Wow, who just opened the Ark of the Covenant?
It was a little bit Ark of the Covenant, wasn't it?
You just need the oh in the background.
And then spin up there, and that way, and slightly forward, and we're done. Add a game object, apply, right. Spearman A. Man B. Name, no, let's load his spine first. Bip. Pelvis. Spine. Yeet. Bing, bang, bong. Oops. Okay, fine, just be like that. Oh, he's got to wear it on his jacket lapel, hasn't he? That makes sense. It's a suave looking guy. Yep, that'll do. Add it, apply, and delete. 3 to go. And this very, very silly idea can be put to bed. Fine. Oh, that's much better if I actually put it on the object first and then adjust when it's in the spine. Let's put this one on this side. His top is so white, I can't even see the patch. That'll do. Add it, apply, and delete. 2 to go. And D. Plop. And pelvis, spine, and badge, inside spine. I feel like this guy would wear it like right in the middle, like a bib. Feels like the sort of thing this guy would do. Right in the middle, like he's running a marathon. There we go. Add a game object, apply. And just the lady. Oh, we're going to have to be a bit more cautious about this one. Needs to be decent. What? Oh, did I drag the wrong thing? I did. Spine. There we go. Spine. Maybe she's going to wear it lower down, I think. Oh, this is really hard. She's got nothing to pin it up to on the top without being really, like, creepy. Maybe she wears it there. There we go. I guess you can just have it there. It's fine. Done. I'm done. I'm done. Right. My lights. Ah, that's better. Back in the dark. I like it. Now, I've got to go through the incredibly tedious task of finding the text mesh for each spawned player. I have an idea. Private text mesh pro name badge mesh. When we spawn, we want to go name badge mesh equals spawned avatar dot get component in children text mesh pro dot last or default components in children. Are we not using link? We're not using link. There we go. Because I don't think they have any other text mesh components in them. So hopefully, in fact, let's just leave it public for now, and I'm hoping it'll just find it when we spawn a player in. And then we can set the name. We can't set the name yet because there are no actual players attached at the moment. But let's take a look. Player area. Badge mesh, it's found it. Great. Yeah, so obviously you can't see it there, but when we go to the close-up cam, we bring the gun down, spawn a few more players. Oh, nearly there now. Okay, we'll spawn you. Now you can see it. Oh! Someone's lost it in their person. Someone has lost their name badge inside their person. Man with glasses.
When I said embedded object, this is not what I had in mind.
The lady is slightly clipping into it as well. So it's man in glasses and white top, and lady have slightly clipped their badges. Models. So that is man C, I think, and woman A. Yes, it is. Badge. So that just sort of disappeared inside of him. So if we... Oh, I know why. I don't put it in his spine. Name badge. Where is your spine? Spine. Oh no, it is in his spine. I just need to move it forward then, I guess. That'll do. And then woman A and all. It was just slightly in the wrong place. Right. Because she hasn't got any clothes to pin it to, David, because I've made the badge quite big. is the answer. She's wearing a she's wearing a strapless dress, so basically a strapless dress. So it's either I pin it on right on her chest, at which point I have to make other concessions, or I pin it lower down. And that was the option I went for. Right, hopefully we've got one of everyone when we do that. It's a very bright light. Okay. Lots of Davids. Yeah, that's fine. Did I get man in white jumper? Oh, he hasn't got one at all. Ah! that is very cursed. Okay, so why are there so many? Oh, for God's sake, I haven't got everyone, so I can't test it. Man in green t-shirt is embedded in his corpse, and man in plaid jumper hasn't got one at all. Man in plaid jumper, was that D? So his completely disappeared, so let's just bring that way forward. What was the other one? Man in t-shirt. Man in green t-shirt, man A? Yeah. That'll do. And I'm hoping that is enough. I'm just going to write a script to spawn all these players because I need to do a manager for them anyway, but I'm not sure that's a tonight job actually, now that I think about it, because it is only one. I'm going to try and go to 1 AM and then we call it a night. Might be enough time to do some blood splatter.
You get some blood splatter as a treat.
Yeah. My reward for good behaviour. Right. Oh, for God's sake! Why are yours two still embedded in your chests? And yours is flying a good inch in front of it. Well, he's obviously a magician. This is what's happening there. That's ridiculous. Name badge. Is he wearing something like that's preventing it from coming through? I was gonna have to move it down there. Let's move it over there. This is really hard. It's moving. There we go. Copy. And who's the other dude? Man in green shirt. And D. Fine. Badge. Fine. Apply. Or maybe that's what. Maybe I wasn't applying it last time. That actually sounds quite plausible, actually. Name badge. What if I just play it now? Actually, I'll be able to see. That would make more sense. Not quite. Yep, that'll do. Apply. Right, so when we look into these potential avatars, ABCD, because I'm not sure I've seen woman yet. 8. Oh, it's definitely given the potential of it. Alright, let's try once more. Oh, and there she is. Yes, it is visible. Right, let's kill the lights. And continue. Spawn. 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 Oh, it's not quite. Oh, there's a little nick in, and David's got a little nick there, and there's a little nick in the woman still. Man in white jumper and woman. Still. Right, I'm gonna do the test again. I would dearly like to move on to something else. My OCD is not allowing me at this point. Right, come forward. Apply. Right, that is fine. And is it man in white jumper again? Yes. Right, I'm done with that. I don't even care if they're wrong now, I'll worry about it later. Right. Time for some splattery. Let's get a player. His name is David, because that's all their names, because there are no actual players involved at the moment. Okay, well, let's bring in the asset. This actually probably won't take as long as it sounds like it could. Crossfire Legacy, assets, put it in game. Where did I put it? Models? Maybe in models. I've just realised I've got a perfectly cylindrical studio asset in the Crossfire Legacy pack that I've not even bothered to look at. Like a fool. It's not a standard asset, surely. Okay, let's go and have a look and find out where it is. Blood drops. That's a particle system. Blood ground drops. Blood splatter. This is all particle system. Blood trail. I'm sure I had a meat thing. Is it really in models? Game script. Why the flip is it in script? Gore explosion. Okay. Game scripts. Gore explosion. There it is. I think I know why. I'll probably have the same problem here in a minute. If it's to do with assembly definition references, that we'll find out. Nope, it's happy. Great. Okay. Plop. And reset. How do I make them explode again? Is my question. Apparently he doesn't exist, so let's put him in properly. Core Explosion 1, there it is. To make this blow up. Do the thing! Go pop! Fine, I will look at the script. Let me read more code. Routine. Is that triggered from anything, or is it going to put a button to it? Oop. He's now going to go pop. This was worth the fun, worth the wait. You ready? Please work.
Oh.
Okay. Not quite what I was expecting. Again!
Launch dynamic flesh pieces, says David.
Again! Again! No, why is my gun still doing weirdness? Oh. So annoying. I'm going to keep destroying people. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, I'm really annoyed that gun is still being silly. It has no business being silly. Right. Man go bang bang. Most important thing. There is then... we need to take this prefab. Stick it in the player area. We don't need Ethan. That's the physical avatar. Don't think we need the reflection probe either. We just need a distraction. And we'll call this explosion. Because that's a fun word. And we will... has that got a script on it? Yes, of course it's a core explosion. Player area, so we now need public core explosion, explosion, and then we go button public void on destroy player explosion dot destroy player and destroy dot destroy spawned avatar dot game object, and then bloodstains will follow. Right, please work. Probably want to kill the sound effects as well. Aha. I thought I got... oh, I know why. We don't need man. Get rid of man. Man has no bearing in this. We don't need the man, we just need the explosion. Thank you. Just got to apply the explosion there. I should probably make that private again now. Yay! That was fun! Let's do it again! Hello! Goodbye! Hello! Goodbye! It seems somehow less impactful than before. Let's make the explosion bigger. Yes, big explosion. Blood net.
Ben want big boom.
I want go big boom. Start size 0.2, end size 0.8. I think not. So let's try that. Blood splatter. 3.2. Blood splatter 3. Fly. Ground drops. Ground pooled. That'll be the one I have to change. Core explosion audio. Art. Flash drops. Splatter, splatter, ground drops. Let's see what that does. It might not have done anything. I've only changed the start size. Probably other things I need to change as well if it loads. Why not load? Oh, there we go. Spawn. Spawn someone actually in view. For God's sake. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, that wasn't fun. Oh, he's already got one there. there's two of them now. Let's do that one. Yep, cool. Happy with those explosions. Now, the other thing I need to do is the pool, blood pool. Honey, you're okay. It's your efforts. It's your okay. Never okay. Never shut down. Never shut down. You're okay. You're okay, Abby. You've been hit by, you've been shot by a smooth criminal. It is that one. Ooh. It's quite spectacular and splattering. It's the pool. That I just need to make last a lot longer. So, switch that back off. Blood ground pool. Well, let's restore this to its normal height. Well, let's bring it up. Okay. Lights! Lights, please. Oh, what are you showing? We're going to need to go lower then. Still too high. Nearly there. That's acceptable. Right. That's the Y. And then the pool. Over lifetime. Size over lifetime. I need it to stay. And there's a way of doing this. I am going to have to check with what I did over here. Ground pool. What did we do? Start lifetime 1500. 20 start size 7. Really? 0360 001 1000. I have to change the colour as well. Emission. Any difference? 00011.11. No difference there. Shape. No difference. Colour over lifetime is off. So let's turn that off. Size over lifetime, however, is on. I'll just copy that and paste it. Will you let me do that? Oh, you will. How kind. Collision, I imagine that's the same. And renderer. So now, I'm hoping it just stays there indefinitely, which is how it should behave. Looks like it. Good. Unfortunately, I need to turn the lights off, and I'm going to need to make this a lot brighter. Because as you can see, it can't be seen. Emission is what I mean. No, emission is not what I need.
I mean, somewhat tangentially related, you've basically recreated the Monty Python How to Not Be Seen sketch.
Yeah. I'm not really into Monty Python. I'm the wrong person to.
I know, but like, just the idea of this is Mr. Wensleydale of 22 Glover Street. Boom! And this is the neighbour who told us where they were. Splat.
Has he even got? No, where is he blood? He blood is not here there. This is unacceptable.
He must blood.
He must blood. Yes, blood. Ah, I know why. Didn't apply the size.
Can has blood, please.
Can has blood, please. Yes. Can I just paste that there? No, I don't do that. I just want to make it glow. Make it glow. Make it amiss. Oh, well, it's going to be too dark to see the blood. Is my problem. This is my concern. Spawn.
So.
Splatter. See, he can has blood, but he cannot blood be seen.
So rather than making the floor light, the floor lighter, could you make the blood itself a lighter shade of red?
The blood at the moment is technically white. The problem is I'm trying to turn emission on, and I don't know how. I want to make the blood emissive. Is the idea? Unless I just put the spotlight on the blood. Blood. Hang on. Where's the spotlight that just did blood? Spotlight. We change it red, bump the intensity, drop the angle maybe? Look at he blood, is the idea of this. Yeah, you can just about see it, but then you've got this sodding great light in the way. Or you can, no danger of not seeing that. I'd quite like to make them ragdoll instead of just explode. They ragdoll or they fall on the floor and they stay there. It's a bit macabre, isn't it? I don't know if I've got the animation.
I'm sorry. Gestures to game. A bit macabre.
Maybe. Yeah.
Side thought. Could you have the floor lighter on the outside but dimmer as it goes to the center so that the splatter could potentially be seen easier?
Maybe I could put like a white ring around it, but it may or may not look out of place. But his one idea is to make the floor lighter so that things can be seen. I might look into doing my planar reflection floor at some point. I just want to see if I got some Mixamo animations for dead people. Because I've definitely got some dying animations. Mind you, the splattery is what it's all about. Prefabs. Not prefabs. Animations. Run aim. Aerials, meshes. That's... to look into that is going to require opening another project, which is more than the scope I've got the brain power for this evening. God, I've got nearly 5 hours. I thought I'd have been done by now. Shame on me.
Shame!
Right, let's just try and lighten the floor real quick, just to see if it makes any difference. If I can find the floor. Arena, architecture, floor mat. Oops. And again, I can fiddle with this floor along the way so it's not permanently like that, but let's just see what that looks like. Yeah, you can definitely see that. That could be a way forward. I worry that's slightly too bright on the floor, but... Oh no, there's 2. Oh no. Hang on a minute. Take the down from there. Oh, just missed it. Sorry, it'll come back around in a minute. Might be ages. Come on, point to our chap. Oh. Oh. Lost by 1. Right, there we go. Oh. Oh no, I must have already exploded that one. So you only get 1 explosion on each. And that one.
Voucher redeemable for
Hey,
exactly
there we go.
explosions. Hey, here we go.
I've got 1. Don't take ages to go back to this chap, isn't it? Whoa, that's suddenly lights. No, he's gone now. Right, 1 more, and we're going to try and do it. Spawn 1 of everyone, and we're going to shoot. Spawn, and spawn, and spawn. Spawn, and spawn, and spawn, and spawn, 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 and spawn, and spawn. Load laser bolts. Let's find this dude. Is that it? First time? The first time. So now we go. Gun. Is it that one? Top one. Top one. Gun. Prime and fire laser. No. Cool. I can see that being very effective. I was going to ask David if you're part running tomorrow. Have fun with that. I'm not, but I'm up at a similar time to walk the dog. Have a good time. Thanks for joining us tonight. And I am going to go to bed as well because I am knackered. Thank you.
Makes absolute sense.
To Pokenuts for coming to join me here, to Dev and Tipster and various others who've been in and out over the course of the stream. Tyson, oh yeah, Tyson appeared and then went again, apparently. Thanks to Flage for that raid, and to Chris for the earlier raid as well, and to anyone else who has been hanging around in chat. It's been great to have you here. I thought I was going to get this done in one sitting. I was mistaken, it turns out, but never mind. Hello, Late Night Budapest TV 10. You're just in time for the end of the stream, so I'm wrapping up because I need to go to bed. Because I'm, yes, slowing down and just seeing pixels now. Don't want to just see pixels. If you've enjoyed this stream, I do regular quiz content at twitch.tv/Royal_Flush at 8 PM on Saturdays, BST, British Summertime. Back with the start of season 14 tomorrow at 8 o'clock, which will be very exciting. What have we got? Don't know. What have we got, Poker? What's tomorrow?
Let me see. What's on?
Risky Business, Distinction, Battlefront, and Cryptex. I think. Not in that order.
In reverse order: Battlefront, then Distinction, then Risky.
Then Risky Business, then Cryptex. Yeah, Cryptex at the end. Pilot episode of Cryptex, new Cryptex, brand new Cryptex. So that's exciting. And hopefully this Crossfire will air before. Well, Crossfire is meant to be being played next Saturday, so hopefully this will be ready by then. But having spent all the time on the studio and the animations and all of that stuff, the actual game logic will take about an hour because it's dead simple and it's an auto-running game, so I don't really need to think about anything. The question model should be the same as before. Means I can use the same writing template. Yeah, just a console the singing now. Anyway. On that happy note, I'm going to go and see my dogs, who are sat downstairs and have been very lonely. And, yeah, I'm going to, that one, go to that one. Oh, I look tired. Yeah, I do, I feel tired. I'm going to go to bed. Thanks all for watching. More Crossfire development coming soon, and Game Night Season 14, Episode 1 tomorrow. We'll see you then. Till then, take care. Peace out. And good night.
Bye.
The microphone is still on. That's fine. Microphone is still on, and Discord is still on. You can hear me talking over the title page. That's fine. I'm gonna press stop streaming now. Where's the stop streaming? There it is. Right. Bye.